Fox Sports.
We are Fox Sports. We are San Diego.
The Padres' first road trip takes them to Coors Field in Denver. The opening week of the 2016 baseball season, the Rockies expect a sellout crowd for their first home game today. Opening day, the usual ceremonies. 50,000 expected. The weatherman in full spirit. The temperature 70 degrees. It can be mighty unpredictable in the spring in the Mile High City. The Rockies take the field. The fans are excited about how they opened their season in Arizona, where they won 2 out of 3 and hit 10 home runs in those 3 games. Mark Grant, Dick Enberg, it's nice to be part of another opening game.
It is really nice to be opening, no matter where the venue. Petco Park, Coors Field, another one in Philadelphia, but it's going to be a good one. A great opportunity for Colin Rea. It's going to be electric today on the mound for him.
Well, Colin Rea 2-2 last year. His best effort was against these Rockies last September.
This 25-year-old has become a man in spring training. He threw the ball extremely well, and when you look at his stuff, the fastball, the cutter, the curveball, he'll work up and out of the zone. In the 6 starts, you see the opponents at 246. Now here's the deal. Here in Colorado where the ball flies, the Colorado Rockies have some free swingers. Let's see if Colin Rea can put them away early, get an early lead in the count, and then put them away, no deep counts.
The story in Denver is the story. Trevor Story. He has set a major league record hitting 4 home runs actually in his first 3 games. That had never been done before. He has 4 hits and all 4 home runs. That has never been done before.
This guy doesn't hit singles. Well, hopefully today he does and strikes out for the San Diego Padres. But I tell you what, we've heard this before. Guys like Helton coming up, guys like Troy Tulowitzki. Well, this guy's a homegrown guy. One thing last year, though, a lot of strikeouts in AAA. He does not walk a lot, and word travels quickly. Will he make the adjustment? Will the pitchers make the adjustment? Let's see how the Padres go after Trevor Story this afternoon.
Well, Story has made Colorado fans forget about Troy Tulowitzki. Young shortstop is, he got the largest crowd cheer of all the introductions today. Well, not a lot of cheering down in that Padre dugout or locker room clubhouse. The first 3 games have been disappointing. Andy Green calls a clubhouse meeting. We'll get that story with Julie when we return. Padres Baseball brought to you by Sony, the leader of 4K Ultra HD. And by Petco, what we feed them matters. And with us down on the floor of the Coors Field, 50,000 surrounding her, Julie Alexandria.
Thanks so much, Dick. Well, after a very tough start to the season, manager Andy Green decided to give the guys the day off on Thursday, and then here at Coors, he wanted to wait to address the team. So here is his message to the guys. Check it out.
Well, it wasn't anything crazy. It was simply just this, that like once things go bad, you tend to try to fix everything in one fell swoop. Like focus on what you can control, one pitch at a time. Win the pitch, win the at-bat, focus on that at-bat, focus on the process rather than the big picture. I think when guys do that, they tend to play a whole lot better, and that's kind of what we're trying to get back to, just the simplicity of the game.
Well, hopefully the altitude will work in the Padres' favor, and let's score some runs, shall we? It's 2016. Let's make it happen. We will be right back with much more from Coors Field. All the action starts very soon here from Colorado.
The Padres struggled at home, a shutout sweep to the Dodgers. Fact, San Diego looking for a run explosion, and there's no better place than Denver's home run haven, Coors Field. The Rockies are home after winning 2 out of 3 at improved and touted Arizona. Will the mile-high altitude inspire the Padres offense? Spoil the Rockies home opener today? The Padres and Rockies coming up. And on a beautiful Friday afternoon, temperature around 70 degrees. Hard to believe that 2 weeks ago they had up to 2 feet of snow here in the Denver area, but a perfect baseball afternoon to get things started on the Colorado home schedule. You can still see the snow-capped peaks of the Rockies off in the distance to the west. And a big crowd. This is the second largest baseball stadium, second only to Dodger Stadium. And here are the men in blue or black. Chad Fairchild behind the plate, Jim Joyce at first base, Marvin Hudson will make the calls at second, and James Hoy at third. Going over the ground rules with manager Andy Green and the skipper of the Rockies, Walt Weiss. And there are some changes now with the fences heightened in right field and in the left field corner. More balls will be in play. They feel less home runs, maybe 10, 12 home runs less each year that'll hit that fence. In right field, they've extended the fence almost 9 feet, so it's 16 feet 6 inches across the bullpen area. And then in the left field corner, the one other change, they've added 5 feet in the left field corner, so that little patch where they have a gate where the vehicles can enter is up to 13 feet.
I know different ways of looking at that, Dick. That fence particularly that's extended over from the auxiliary scoreboard, sure, it's going to keep the ball in the ballpark, but you know what, though? I think it's going to hinder things because home runs are home runs. It's not the home runs that really kill you here. It's the dunkers, and it's the ones that are in the gap. So, for instance, let's say you're a pitcher. You give up a ball off the wall. You're still going from the stretch with the guy standing on second base or third base. You give up a home run, you're back from the windup. You probably have your best stuff. So it's going to be interesting to see how that plays out over the course of the year.
The Rockies take the field, and as they do, let's introduce the Padres lineup, brought to you by Toyota. Andy Green has them hitting this way. John Jay is the only Padre with at least one hit in each of the first 3 games. Then Spangenberg, Kemp, Myers, and Solarte. And then the Ophers down at the bottom end. Norris, Ramirez, Upton, all looking for their first hit of the year. And Colin Ray on the mound.
And for the right-hander on the mound, opening day here in Colorado, Jordan Lyles. The scouting report for the right-hander is brought to you by Scripps. Well, he's the perfect type of pitcher to pitch here in Colorado. Why? He's got that 2-seam fastball that he's heavy on against lefties, the 4-seamer slider, the whole kitchen sink pretty much. Sinker heavy, though. He will throw that when it's go-to time. He needs a grounder. And hopefully his infielders work. And one thing that this pitching staff can look forward to, Dick, they've got 4 Gold Glovers out there in Parra, Gonzalez, LeMahieu, Arenado. So from a pitcher standpoint, hey, put the ball in play.
And here is that defense for the Colorado Rockies with Arenado. He's won the Gold Glove the last 3 years. Story, LeMahieu has a Gold Glove. Reynolds on the infield. In the outfield, Parra, acquired in the offseason, has a couple of Gold Gloves. Blackman in center, and Carlos Gonzalez has won that Gold Glove 3 times. So, yeah, they can sport a pretty good-looking mantle down in that clubhouse defensively. And before the game today, the Gold Glove being presented first to Arenado, the Silver Slugger, goes to right fielder Carlos Gonzalez, and then to get the full package, Arenado also with the Silver Slugger for his incredible work with the bat. I mean, he, in many ways, it's surprising he didn't get more most valuable player votes. I mean, he led the league in RBIs, tied for the lead in home runs, and then was as good as any player's ever played third base. So it's a fun team to watch, the Colorado Rockies. They're trying to rally from a desperate season a year ago when they won only 68 games, finished in last place, 6 games behind the Padres. And we'll see how things fall this year as the Padres hunting for a run. And Joe Jay leads it off, and the first pitch is in there from Jordan Lyles. Jay, a single on Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday against the Dodgers.
It's time to score some points. Early points today.
This is the place. Check swing, and it's 1-1. Lyles from Hartsville, South Carolina, has been plagued by injuries each of the last 2 years. He roughed up a shoulder 2 years ago and had a big toe surgery last year. He pitched in only the first 2 months of the season and then was sidelined the rest of the way with surgery on that big toe.
When Jordan Lyles is at his best, he doesn't overthrow. He's got a nice, easy, compact delivery.
94 on that fastball.
And with that easy delivery, smooth gas, easy gas will sneak up on you. 4th season for Walt Weiss at the helm for these Rocks.
With 2 strikes, the shift is on. The threat of a bunt taken away, so shortstop Story moves over on the second base side. Walt Weiss looking for his first winning season as the manager of the Rockies, now his 4th year. Back to the mound. Lyles sets the glove right there, and it's 1-3 to start the game today. That'll bring up second baseman Corey Spangenberg. That good hitting success against Colorado. Spangenberg, 20 games, he's hit .347 against Rocky pitching. 50,398 is the full capacity here at Coors Field, and they're going to be touching close to 50, that's for certain. Outside to Spangenberg.
Well, it's all been about the hitting, right? for this Colorado Rocky team. They'll always lead the league in hitting. It's the pitching that's the kryptonite for this organization.
Last year, their team ERA, the Rockies, 5.04. So you got to score 6 runs to win.
Yeah.
That's tough on the pitching staff.
And Walt Weiss will have to manage that bullpen. It can be a revolving door down there with transactions over the course of a year.
That one slapped foul deep down the left field side. The Padres last year split the 10 games played at Coors Field, 5-5. They did much better back at Petco, where they were 7-2. The 1-2 pitch. You had a chance to pitch here in your career, not in this stadium, but over.
I just got shivers and broke into a cold sweat.
Does the ball really not curve and break as much?
You got to really concentrate, Dick, on spinning it, not guiding it, and keeping it down.
Spangenberg goes down swinging, and here comes Matt Kemp. He too has had excellent success at Coors Field and against the Rockies here at Coors Field, a .327 lifetime average, 16 home runs.
There's always a feeling when you go into a certain venue that guys start chomping at the bit, they start salivating. This is one of those places for any hitter, really. But then you look at Matt Kemp, boy, those are glaring numbers.
Of course, he did author the very first cycle in Padre history here last August, so there are plenty of good memories for him. Climbing into that batter's box at Coors Field. 2 for 10 on the new season. High fly ball, shallow and right. Gonzalez a late break, but plenty of time. And it's a 1-2-3 inning. The scoreless streak goes to 28. Coors Field as we go to the bottom of the first inning. Colin Ray will face this Rockies lineup, brought to you by Hyundai. Charlie Blackmon to lead it off with a sensational start for Trevor Story. 4 home runs in his first 3 major league games. And the always tough Carlos Gonzalez. Nolan Arenado hits cleanup. Gerardo Parra in the 5th spot, home run hitting, but also strikeout maker Mark Reynolds at first base. Former Padre Nick Hundley behind the plate. He hit 300 last year here in Colorado. DJ LeMahieu, the second baseman, is off to a terrific start. He's 6 for 10, and Lyles the pitcher.
And the right-hander for Colin Ray. Scouting report. It's an exciting day for him. The scouting report on him is he's got all 4 pitches. He'll throw the curveball. He earned his spot in the rotation, Mr. Enberg, no doubt about that, and pitched like a vet today. It's going to be some electricity in the air.
Blackmon, the left-handed hitting leadoff man, 29 years of age, settles in, and here's the first pitch from Ray at 94. Blackmon last year hit .287. 17 home runs for the leadoff hitter, off to a 1 for 9 start this year. 2-0.
You know, Dick, I look at this Rockies lineup, and the story is Trevor's story, right? How about coming to the big leagues, batting second in a big league lineup and having Blackmon in front of you and then also Carlos Gonzalez in back of you? That's a pretty good spot to be in.
Comfortable chair.
Yeah.
Huh? So 3-0. Colin Ray falls behind the leadoff man Blackmon. Played his college ball at Georgia Tech. There's a strike. Three and two.
That's where you want to be, 3-1. Command, control, location, down and away. Well, he dotted that outside corner nicely.
And misses there, and the leadoff man is on with a walk. Now Blackmon looked at 6 pitches and didn't offer it any of the 6. And here is Trevor Story. Again, no one has ever homered in each of his first 3 major league games. Story did it at Arizona and then added another for good feeling. So 4 home runs, and that too is a accomplishment never before in the major league history has a rookie, his first 4 hits been 4 home runs. Not Ruth, not Gehrig, not you name them, but Trevor Story did it. Talk about immediate hero. First pitch is inside at 95.
The impressive thing about Story and those home runs is that it's not completely a pull type hitter. His first home run was the opposite way in Arizona. He pulled one to the left center field gap as well. So this kid, up to this point, using the whole field.
He's just 23, from the Dallas area, Irving, Texas, where the Cowboys Stadium is located. Last year in the minor leagues, he showed that power. Not overly impressive, not Jabari Blash impressive, 32 homers, but he did hit 20.
And with the power comes the strikeouts. That was mentioned earlier in our pregame show. Walks very few times, only 6% last year in AAA. Struck out a quarter of the time.
This is inside again, Ray. He fell behind Blackmon 3-0 and finally walked him on a 3-2 pitch. And Story now sits on a 2-0, and one would guess he's swinging if he likes this one.
Oh, yeah. Infield playing on the pull side as well. Maybe something down and away. You can roll over and let that infield work for you. Turn 2. Nobody out, 1 pitch. You can get 2 outs very quickly.
Blackmon is worthy of keeping an eye on. He had 43 steals last year. And Ray indeed trying to keep him close there at first base.
Relaying some signs to Derek Norris. That could be a decoy. It could be a hot sign.
Fly ball to right. Kemp has room and makes the catch a couple of steps from that auxiliary scoreboard.
So he is human.
The Padres defensively brought to you by San Diego County Ford Dealers. Set up this way with Upton, Jay, and Kemp left to right in the outfield. Solarte and Ramirez on the left side. Spangenberg and Myers at second and first, with Norris behind the plate. For the 25-year-old from Cascade, Iowa, Colin Ray. He's pretty close to home when he comes here to Denver.
Yeah. It's a nice little road trip. Pretty flat, straight freeways.
Watch out for the Bison. Carlos Gonzalez. And he's going to try to beat the shift by pushing a bunt to that left side. He wound up after a miserable first couple of months of the season a year ago, Gonzalez just ripped it up the second half. Finished with a .271 average and 40 home runs, 3 RBI shy of 100. Eric Young there coaching at first base, helping out his runner Blackmon. One and one.
Another thing you have to look at when you look at this Rockies lineup is the running game. With the pop they have, especially here at this ballpark, you don't want to run yourself into an out. I mean, you're going to get guys like Gonzalez, Arenado, Parra. They're going to swing the bat. So pretty much those guys are going to be anchored. And look at it. See,
Blackmon, yep, Blackmon goes and it's fouled away.
Told you they're not going to run. See?
That's why you've been in this chair 21 years. But your point is well taken that unless you really have someone, and Blackmon is one of the premier base stealers, so you can give him a little more leash than some of the others, but you don't want to run yourself out of an inning.
And a lot of hitters don't like that as well. And when a runner is going, it says that it kind of breaks their concentration a little bit when they're at the plate. They feel forced to swing.
The ball, 2 strikes on Cargo. High 2-2. It's not only the way the ball carries in a mile-high altitude, and they say up to 10%. So a 400-foot drive at sea level in San Diego would be 440 feet. Here, it's all that grass in front of the outfielders. You have to play so deep here. Look at the hitting area.
Yeah.
Tony Gwynn used to salivate when he looked at this ball.
No question.
And another full count.
I mean, if you're playing on the deep side in the outfield and you've got to go to the gaps, you got to go, all that way this way. I mean, that's a $5 cab ride.
And how many times have we seen those broken bat bloopers fall? There goes the runner. The pitch is ball 4, no play at second. Doesn't matter. He would have stolen it, but the walk pushes Blackmon to second. Let's take a look at the keys to the game, brought to you by your San Diego Honda dealers.
Okay, it's time to reset. Opening day 2.0, new operating system. Forget about the first 3 here in Colorado. Score some runs, hopefully, and capitalize on the opportunities. Manager Andy Green even said, sure, we got shut out 3 times. We gave up 20-some runs. It's not good, but you know what? We need to capitalize on the opportunities when they are presented to us. Hopefully that happens today.
Nick Hundley, or check that Hundley down the line, will hit 7th. It's Nolan Arenado. He's 2 for 13. 3-game series in Arizona. He had the best spring hitting of anyone in baseball, Cactus or Grapefruit League.
In fact, those pitches were looking like grapefruits to him.
He had 542 in the spring, 32 hits.
Yeah. Those pitches were coming in looking like tumbleweeds. They were so big.
He tied Bryce Harper for the National League home run title at 42 a year ago. And won the RBI championship far and away. I mean, they were all down the track. He hit the finish line at 130 RBIs. Blackmon at second, Gonzalez at first.
Colin Ray not afraid to throw those pitches inside either. Try to tie him up.
Chop foul. Well, to show you how tough things were in the Dodgers series, Padres not only didn't score, they had 11 hits in the 3 games and only 2 walks. Ray has given up 2 walks here in the first inning. The Padres got 2 in 27 innings.
That was one of the things I mentioned in our open as far as avoiding the deep counts for Colin Ray. This is not a good position to be in with Arenado at the plate.
And he checks 2-2. So the 20th pitch of this first inning coming up from the 25-year-old Ray, and he has just 1 out. Nice little ground ball up the middle, and turn 2 would be a happy result.
Well, he takes a hack, doesn't he?
From close to Petco Park in San Diego, we grew up just up the freeway toward Los Angeles in El Toro High School. He'll be 25 next week.
Well, just like Andrew Kasher had a heavy workload in his first inning of work this year, Colin Ray also getting up there in the pitch counts. Here comes number 21.
Excuse me, foul. It would have been ball 3. Gerardo Parra, left-handed hitter on deck.
Another thing you have to consider, Dick, from the Padres with the pitch count going up. I mean, the defense standing out there on the field for a long time, too.
I was noticing the outfielders just kind of meandering around their position. Another foul. Upton in left, and Jay pacing around in center field for a while. Kemp in right. Another 2-2 pitch. Rip foul. That didn't miss the bag by much at third.
Well off the line, not even time to react for Solarte. Thank goodness, being foul. 9th pitch coming right now.
Blackman and Gonzalez aboard on walks. 1 out. Another foul deep down into the left field corner.
Dick, Colin Ray just got away with one. That was right down the middle. And it looked like Arenado was just out front of it. Let's check it out. Check out the location. Oh, thank goodness he was a little bit too quick on that one.
25th pitch upcoming. And a full count. 4th batter, 3 of them have seen a 3-2 pitch. Not a good ball strike ratio.
Arenado does not swing and miss much. 6 hacks of this at bat, foul balls.
Yeah, keep your eye on the runners. They might just be off. Nope, they stay, and it's another foul. Boy, he's ruined a lot of pitches. Another payoff pitch. Way outside. Norris blocks it. Bases loaded. Generous is Colin Ray. 3 walks, 1 out here in the first inning.
Well, a few things. Deep counts. Thrown to a hitter like Arenado, who's not going to chase. He tried to throw the slider down and away. And thirdly, a visit in the first inning after the pitch count is creeping up to 27. Darren Balsley out to
that was really a tough at bat for Ray and Arenado. I mean, he fouled off a lot of good pitches.
Yep. 12
finally
pitches.
Gets the walk. Yes.
Seven foul balls, Dick, and a 12 pitch at bat.
Sometimes you don't give credit to a hitter when he just fouls one off, but that's a good at bat. Yep. He made Ray throw a lot of pitches and still got aboard. All right, here's Gerardo Parra, the left fielder. Was at Milwaukee and Baltimore a year ago. Of course, he was in the National League West most of his major league career in Arizona. Career .277 hitter. 4 for 10 on the new season. Ball 1. Parra's now 28, Venezuela. One of the better arms in baseball. He's won a couple of Gold Gloves. Smothered foul.
He may have done him a favor right there to even the count at 1-1. That pitch looked like it was low. Colin Ray electing to go from the windup, and then you see in the 3 games what Parra is hitting. 400 clip.
Rocky at every base, 1-1. And another foul ball. 2 other games early today. Openers at New York. The Mets celebrated with a 7-2 win over Philadelphia. And the Tigers opened at home against the Yankees. Jordan Zimmerman, acquired in the offseason as a free agent, shut out the Yankees 4-0. A ball, 2 strikes. And another foul. That takes the pitch count to 31. Shake off the bite in that front foot. Found that straight down on the puppies.
Those puppies are barking right about now.
Yeah.
You know, I've always thought if I'm pitching and I do that, breaking ball or fastball, and they foul it, I'm going right back in there. I think the hitter's going to be a little reluctant.
He doesn't want it to be back.
Ooh.
Swing and a miss, strike 3. Went after a ball upstairs, and a strikeout for Ray, and a big one it is. So 2 outs, bases still loaded for Mark Reynolds.
A huge strikeout as he goes up and out of the zone. And that looks like an unbalanced swing right there. Maybe the bad pup, the bad big toe or whatever it was in the back of mind of Parra, and it paid off for Colin Ray.
Mark Reynolds, 237 lifetime home runs, but if he plays enough, he usually leads the league in strikeouts. He's never in a full season struck out less than 120 times. But he can hit him as far as anyone in the league. Let's see if Ray can wiggle off his wildness hook here in the first inning, get out of it without a run scoring for the Rockies. That looked pretty good.
Sure
low.
did. I think a lot of guys are shaking their head. Colin Ray shaking his head. Derek Norris kind of looking in the dugout. Maybe heard some chirping from the dugout for the Padres, but got to erase that. Think of the next pitch here. Remember, Reynolds will chase. Like that.
95 on the heater. 1-2.
Colin Ray a little sneaky fast with the fastball. Hey, Lyles last inning to Matt Kemp threw a 96-mile-an-hour fastball. Ray trying to match that with the high heat.
Blackman, Gonzalez, Arenado on the bases with walks. The 1-2.
Oh, he wanted to. .96 for Colin Ray on that last pitch. A little extra humpy hump.
Infield shifted to the shortstop side. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Oh my, how dramatic is that? 37 pitches, 3 walks, 2 strikeouts. Add it all up, we go to the second, no score. Dodged disaster in that first inning. Walked the bases loaded, but strikes out Arenado, or Parra and Reynolds to get out of the trouble. Here the Padres against the Rockies last year, and Norris hit .397, Kemp .356, Myers .321. 11 home runs between the three. Let's hope that that's a good omen that they can carry on here at Coors Field today. Get some tallies.
Yeah, that's a nice trifecta right there. And Will Myers fixed out to me. He's leading it off. You made a good point. Colin Ray dodged a bullet. How about hitting a bullet right here, Will Myers?
I like it. 95 on the fastball. Myers 2 for 11. "14 games against Colorado last year, 3 home runs for Myers. Knocked in 10 runs in those 14 games.
Colin Ray, Jordan Lyles, both pitchers. A handful of pitches to the right-handed hitters inside, so not afraid to bury that fastball in to move their feet a little bit. Not a bad idea, especially hitting here and pitching here at Coors Field.
That'll sail foul, 2-2.
A heavy dose of pitches into Will Myers.
Lyles was highly regarded out of high school. He pitched in Hartsville, South Carolina. Houston picked him in the first round and then traded him the next year with Brandon Barnes here to Colorado for Dexter Fowler. And Fowler, of course, then traded on to the Chicago Cubs. He was a terrific high school football receiver, set records at his high school in Texas or in South Carolina. And down goes Myers. That's the second strikeout.
That had some tumbling effect to it. Here's the thing, if you've got a big breaking ball, you better concentrate on getting it down and start it at the belt buckle. See where that ends up? Dirt, it started at the belt buckle. If you start that up the bill of the cap, it's going to be a hanger. And you know what they say, you hangy, they will bangy, but that was a great pitch by Lyles.
He throws a split change. I think that's what that last pitch was.
Might have been, absolutely, good call.
Solarte, 2 for 10 in the new season. Hitting from his stronger side. Up the middle, hits the mound and caroms away from Story. Base hit for Solarte. That would have been fielded had it not hit the mound and taken that left-hand turn, because Story was playing over toward the bag. That was going to come right up the middle to him, and fortuitous bounce. The Padres, maybe there's a good sign. Get a good carom.
Yeah, squared it up. Wow, I've seen the ball change direction like that, but my goodness.
You think it hit the edge of the rubber?
It's tough to tell it happened so quickly. It may have.
So the first hit of the ball game to the Padres, Jan Solarte. Well, my dream had him hitting a home run that first time up, but maybe it's that, I woke up abruptly, so maybe it really was only a single.
Was it a cold sweat?
No, that came later. Derek Norris 0 for 10 on the season. And the hitters that follow Solarte here all looking for their first 2016 hit.
Hey, you laugh, but you know what? I still to this day have dreams of pitching and rockets right back at my cabeza, and I like flinch and like wake up. I'm serious.
Ducking, right?
It still happens.
Hiding under the pillow.
Oh my goodness.
That's in there. 0-2.
Another good one is I've got the start. I can't find my glove.
Oh, that's the anxiety.
I'm looking for my stirrups. I'm looking. Where am I? I'm getting the start of a lifetime. I'm going to miss my start.
Help me out. Come on. And no one will help you find the glove, right?
Very frustrating.
Mine relates to my educational background. It's down to the final day, final exam, and I can't find my books. I haven't gone to that class. I don't know why I didn't go to the class the whole semester. Well, I always go to class, and now no one will help me. Where is it?
But you know what, Professor? You could fail that exam, you'll still get an A in the class.
Not in my dreams.
Oh, hey now.
2-2 now, and the runner on a delayed steal. Solarte able to take advantage. Well, not the speediest runner in the league. Solarte indeed steals a bag.
Secondary lead. He is out there.
Is that a steal, or do they call that a wild pitch?
Have to see if that ball got away from Nick Hundley, as it's a great slide to the outfield part of the bag. Let's see how they rule that.
So the Padres with a runner in scoring position for Derek Norris. They're going to call that a wild pitch.
Yeah, I think that ball was in the dirt a little bit. It got away, and then the secondary lead for Solarte, he recognized it, and then it was off and running.
Here it is.
Off the glove. Oh, okay. Off the glove, and then he couldn't find the handle, and that's when Jan Hervis took second base.
Yeah, a very alert base running for Solarte. Now the full count. Norris. And another strikeout. He went after the breaking ball. 3 strikeouts for Jordan Lyles. So 2 outs. It's up to Alexei Ramirez to try to get that elusive first run of the season. He's 0 for 10. Interleague play with the White Sox. Ramirez did face the Rockies and did well. 9 for 29. That's comes out at .310 with a couple of home runs in 8 games here in Colorado.
Big gap left center. Boy, Lyles is pitching inside with some regularity to the right-handed hitters.
Broad-shouldered, 6'4", 230-pounder Lyles. Oh, that one got Ramirez. Anytime they get hit in the hand or wrist, you worry, all those small bones. Painful plunk. Let's hope it's nothing serious. Looks like he got him up on the forearm.
Oh, looked like the in between, like. This might give us a better look here, Dick.
Yeah, you were mentioning that Lyles in 95, 96 pitching frequently inside. Looks like they're working on the lower forearm. Not much me, just you at home, just look at turn your hand palm up and feel how little protection you have there. It's just all skin and bones. And he's going to stay in the game.
Nice.
That is good news. Let's just hope that that is the sign that it isn't serious. You know, I'm sure they'll x-ray that after the game. So 2 out, 2 on. Solarte with a base hit and a wild pitch at second base. Ramirez hit by a pitch, and it's Melvin Upton, the left fielder, batting 8th in the order. He's 0 for 6. Chance for the Padres here in the second. .95 just off the outside edge. Ball and a strike.
There's that little breaking ball from Lyles, little cut fastball at 90 miles an hour. Now, there are different points that a pitcher can make an adjustment. Catcher's mask, the chest protector, the knees of the shin guards to keep that ball down if you're missing up in the zone.
So 2 on, 2 out. The action pitch, 2-1 coming up. Lyles to Melvin Upton. flicked foul. Quite a day, Jordan Lyles. You know, you remember certain days in your life. You certainly remember the day you graduated from high school. You certainly would remember the day you were drafted in the first round, and you would have to remember the day you were signed to a professional contract, all in the same day.
Wow, that's
How about that?
day.
Graduation day was the day he was drafted and signed.
Very nice.
Good stop by Hundley. And the count full will give the base runners a head start. A long inning for Lyles. He's up to 33 tosses.
And in a ballpark like this situation, as you mentioned, the runners being gone, a gapper, I tell you what, that's got triple written all over it. 2 for 3 off the right-hander.
Runners go. Ball 4. The bases are full. So just as Ray had to pitch out of bases loaded trouble in the first inning, now the Padres have the bases full. Hit batsman and Upton with a walk, so it'll be up to the pitcher Colin Ray.
See if the Cascade kid can do some damage here.
Remember his first time up in the big leagues, he hit a single base hit.
Yeah.
He was 2 for 9 last year.
Hey, think opposite field. Think the big part of the field. Try not to pull Lyles. Take your chances.
Wouldn't that be something if the pitcher would end this scoreless streak? Some of the fans here at Coors Field getting a little nervous about the wildness of Lyles. Ground ball toward the hole, but that's Arenado, the Gold Glove, to knock it down or pick it up and throw it at first base for the out. Well, you don't want to hit it over there. Scoreless second for the Padres.
We've made some minor adjustments, not only with you know, that stuff, but also where I am on the rubber. Actually moved a little bit over just so it's easier for me to get to the glove side of the plate, and I think it's been working really well.
That's pitcher Colin Ray on some of the adjustments that he's made for his first start of the season, and also manager Andy Green stressing that he wants to see some aggressiveness from Colin. He said he wants him to attack the zone, throw through the zone with intent. He also wants to check out that he mixes up his cutter and his changeup as well. So look for that from Colin Ray. Guys?
All right, thank you, Julie. And he certainly was aggressive in retiring Parra and Reynolds on strikeouts to lead the bases loaded in the first inning. Took him 37 pitches. Let's see if he can be more economical here in the second. Nick Hundley, DJ LeMahieu, and the pitcher Lyles to bat for Colorado. Nick Hundley had his best ever hitting season a year ago. Finished at .301, 10 home runs, 43 runs batted in.
He's become a different hitter since he's joined the Colorado Rockies. 0-2. Boy, you're really a fan of Padre trivia if you can remember for whom Hundley was traded, going to Baltimore 2 years ago.
Was it a pitcher?
It was indeed.
It was Patton, right?
Left-handed pitcher,
the
Troy
general.
Patton, right? And then 1 year in Baltimore, and then signed as a free agent here in Colorado. High pop-up off first. That's going to go behind the Rocky dugout.
Well, talking to the Colorado Rocky announcers, they just rave about Nick Hundley, what he's done not only on the field but in the clubhouse as well. He's a presence in that clubhouse, somewhat of a leader, and the younger pitchers have really taken to Nick.
Nick's now 32. Hard to believe. Always seemed like one of the young guys from the University of Arizona.
Bear down.
2-2.
Except this at bat. Make a good pitch here, Colin Ray. Kind of left that breaking ball up there. Let's see if he can make an adjustment here. It's all about adjustments, especially in this ballpark.
Surprise, surprise, another full count. And a leadoff walk. That's 4 walks from Ray already.
Well, let's go back to the first inning. Colin Ray on the hill. Okay, he was up against the wall. A visit from Darren Balsley. Hey, be aggressive. That looked like a high cut fastball for the 1 strikeout. And then you go to Mark Reynolds, okay? Susceptible to the strikeout. Let's check out these pitches. Talking about attacking the zone. That's what Julie was talking about and Andy Green. Now Balsley goes out there, refreshes his memory. Okay, fastball away. Another fastball. See ya. Back to the dugout. Goose eggs. I tell you what, though, that is a workout for Colin Ray. That many pitches in 1 inning.
That brings up DJ LeMahieu, the hottest of all the Rocky hitters in the Arizona series. 10 at bats, 6 hits, a couple of home runs. Hit only 6 home runs all last year. Clubs a couple in the first series this year. 2 years ago, the Gold Glove at second base. An all-star last year.
And open up the season, the Rockies, 2 hitting venues, Arizona and then home digs here in Coors Field. That's a good way to pad the average the first week.
Chase Field surprises a lot of people that the elevation in Phoenix area is over 1,000 feet. It's the second highest for a ballpark in the National League. Up the middle, runner going, and that hit and run's going to work perfectly. Hundley keeps right on, scooting to third, and LeMahieu with a single. No one out, runners at the corners, Colorado.
Well, pretty good combination there for the hit and run. Let's take a look at the pitch. It's a fastball down, a perfect pitch for LeMahieu to work that bat and stay inside the ball with the 1-1 count. The hit and run, you really like, 0-0, 0-1, 1-0, 1-1. Banking on him throwing a strike around the plate so he can put it in play.
What's interesting is that the Padres defense acknowledging the fact that LeMahieu might hit and run. He's very adept at that. And so they had the shortstop covering, not the second baseman. Normally a right-hander up there, it's the second baseman that would be covering. So Ramirez is covering the bag, but he still got it through between Spangenberg and second base. See what
oh, yes, he did.
Walt Weiss has in mind with his pitcher Jordan Lyles up there.
I always like that with the pitcher up. If you got good bat control first and third, nobody out. It's in the judgment of the runner. If they push one down that first base line and you can go, you get a good secondary lead. That's a run. If not, you advance the guy to second base. Then it's the top of the order, second and third.
0-2.
But if that ball is bunted, it's the job of the infielders to get that ball quickly, freeze that runner at third base, And if you can get the lead runner at second on the force, the bottom line here, Dick, is get an out. Don't try to get too cute, make the perfect play. Get an out.
Strike three called. A delayed Chad Fairchild signal. And Ray has his third strikeout. One out, first and third for leadoff man Charlie Blackmon. He walked to open the first inning. Look at that pitch count already.
Yep. Yep.
We've talked about this in the Dodgers series. One of the goals, certainly, of the starting rotation of the Padres this year to go deeper in games, get into the 6th and 7th, save that bullpen. It's not going to happen today based on 50 pitches and 4 outs.
I mean, let's face it, Dick, this is a bullpen game, is it not? I mean, this game of baseball has just changed. You know, you've got your 6th inning guy. Hopefully your starter can go 6th into the 7th. 7th, 8th inning guys. 9th inning, your closer, of course.
One strike to Blackmon. 1-1. Well, the classic example of that, the team example, Kansas City Royals. The Royals starting rotation, when you talk about going deep, they were the other end. They were 30th in terms of their starters getting deep into games. But that bullpen is so brilliant. Okay, 6, 7, 8, 9, punch them up. Come on in, get 3 outs. And you win the World Series. LeMahieu at first. Nick Hundley over third. 1 out. Foul back. And Blackmon, one of the toughest in the National League to double up. First to 3 here at Coors Field in Denver. We'll be back with you tomorrow evening, 4:30, for our pregame show. It'll be Drew Pomeranz, who has done some work here in Colorado, left-hander, against Jorge De La Rosa for the Rockies. And Tyson Ross and Chad Bettis will get the ball on Sunday, 12:30. Our Fox Sports San Diego Padres pregame show. 2-2 the count. Looped softly and just into the dugout of the Padres.
Hey, check your knuckles, Charlie Blackmon, as Trevor Story waits on deck. Colin Ray really got in his kitchen there.
Lots of foul balls, part of the pitch count. 2-2. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Oh my goodness. He's towing the tightrope, and he's been able to work 2 outs into this inning.
And look at this swing by Blackmon. Talk about being aggressive. That's all upper body, and that's just throwing the hands, catching him off guard. And Andrew Castor, beard and all. Who is that behind that beard and glasses? Andrew Castor rooting on the rookie right-hander.
So the first inning, he walks the bases loaded, strikes out Parra and Reynolds, gets out of jail, and now first and third, no one out. Strikes out Lyles and Blackmon. The Rockies can't score on an out, and here's Trevor Story, lined right field to the warning path and right, his first time up. Breaking ball hangs upstairs. Again, Story in Arizona. 4 hits, all home runs. No one's ever done that in Major League history. And no one has ever homered in each of his first 3 games as a rookie in Major League history. So what a start for this 23-year-old. Oh, he's going for the downs on that swing.
A good heater, 93 for Colin Rea, up a little bit. Tough to get that top hand for Story on top of that pitch. That's up around the letters.
Four walks and 4 strikeouts in 2 innings for Rea. Off speed, had him out in front. A breaking ball.
Good breaking ball. That front side, the hip, the shoulders opening up, getting exposed, and just the wave. Not a lot of power in that swing when that front side opens up. See what he counters with here. So be aggressive with the fastball.
Runner goes. A soft fly ball into right field's going to fall. A blue pit. 1 run scores Hundley. Holding at third is LeMahieu, and the Rockies take the lead 1-0. Exactly what we were talking about earlier. You worry about the home runs here because the ball flies, but you play so deep that a ball like that, just a little wedge shot into the outfield for a run.
Also first and third action too, because with all that real estate out there and the distance that outfielders have to travel, this little dunker, especially with 2 outs running, first and third action, and Story did a nice job of fighting off that fastball inside.
So an uneven first 2 innings. It looked as if Rea may get another strikeout, pitch out of trouble, but Story has his 8th RBI of the season in 4 games. You got to hold him right here. Here's Cargo. He walked the first time. LeMahieu at third. Story now at first. The Rockies have always had good hitting teams, and of course one of the reasons the comfort of this hitter-friendly home run haven, Coors Field. Arizona, they had 32 hits in the 3 games, 16 of the 32 extra bases. That's a tough lineup. 1-1.
Not only the physical grind, but it's also a mental grind here in Colorado. Hard to break a sweat. The altitude, it's dry. You really sometimes can't get a good feel for the baseball. And it's worked both ways, obviously. 2 teams have to deal with the same conditions.
When Houston Street came over from Colorado to join the Padres, he said, "Oh, what a difference!" He said, "It's so tough to recover.
That's true.
Pitch, even at pitching 1 inning the next day to recover, where it was much easier in San Diego." Swing and a miss, 2-2. Changeup. At least 1 strike. Digging his way out of some trouble again here in the second. A run is home.
That's another thing you have to do here, what Colin Rea just did, pitching backwards, behind in the count with your off-speed stuff. That was a dandy of a changeup to even the count at 2-2.
Runner goes. Foul ball. Well, looks like Walt Weiss is going to have his Rockies off and a running this season.
A rolling stone gathers no moss. Write that one down for you.
I'm writing it down. But that's the lyrics, but what's the music? Back with a 2-2 again. Pitch number 66. And it's a whistled into left center field. That might roll up the gap. Jay able to cut it off. 1 run scores. Rounding third and holding at third is Story. A double for Gonzalez. It's 2-0.
We've seen Carlos Gonzalez come out of his shoes and pull a baseball down the right field line. How about taking a pitch after a long at-bat, seeing some pitches, and just flicking the ball hard where it was pitched? That's a perfect example, Dick, of a guy just knowing his limitations, the count, where the pitch is. Next thing you know, he's standing on second base. That ball didn't even reach the wall or the warning track, but as we mentioned, all the real estate allows him to get to second base.
Darren Balsley, another visit with Colin Ray. Each of the first 2 innings. Second and third, 2-0. It all started with a leadoff walk. And LeMahieu a single after he struck out Blackman. The blue pit by Story, 1-0, and now a sharp double by Gonzalez, 2-0.
Dick, we talk about it all the time, but this is also a venue, keep in mind, to where you might start or stay with the starting pitcher a little longer to get that. He might be out there for 80 or 90 pitches, right? Because you don't want to chew up that bullpen early, because it's going to be a lot of work out there for the bullpen guys. They're going to get their work in.
Breaking ball to Arenado, who walked his first time. Strike one. And the other point that you've made every time we've come here, and it's appropriate we start by making it again, is that 2 runs, 3 runs, 4 runs down are really nothing here. You can make up a large deficit in this ballpark. High fly ball, shallow in right. Myers going out and makes the play. 2 runs on 3 hits and a walk. We've completed 2 in Denver. We move to the top half of the third here at Coors Field. Time for the Fan Diego fan of the game. And some of our men of the military and women. They had a parade of Air Force, Marines, Army, Navy, Coast Guard before the game today. And then the unfurling of the huge American flag and the flyover. That never gets old.
Never gets old. And a big thank you to the men and women serving our country. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Padres against Jordan Lyles will hit from the top of the order here in the third. Jay, Spanchenberg, and Kemp. Jay bounced to the mound his first time. 2-0 the count. 18 games here at Coors Field. Jay has enjoyed his time at .343 average. 2-1.
Well, second time around against the right-hander Lyles. See if the Padres can go to Hack and multiple base runners.
Had the bases loaded in the second. Couldn't deliver as Ray grounded to third for the final out. Up the middle, but look at, they have the shift on. The shortstop's over on the second base side, and it pays off. Right into the shift.
Boy, off the bat, you can kind of get excited, right?
Yeah, that's by the mound. That's going to go to, no, it's not going to go to center field. It's going to go right into the glove of the shortstop, playing perfectly in the shift. Spanchenberg struck out one of 3 punch outs so far for Lyles. And there's Story again, playing almost directly behind the bag at second, just a step on the shortstop side.
And you know what? That brings up a point.
Can he get to this one? Spangenberg beats it out. Good play by Story, but with the speed of Spangenberg, an infield hit. Second hit for San Diego.
I'm going to have to do a little homework after this game or tomorrow and ask Cory Spangenberg with Story where he was positioned. If that's a little bit of a distraction as Story gets to it, but he has to beat the speed of Cory Spangenberg. Good luck. Yeah, nice play, but the back end in favor of Cory Spangenberg.
That brings the tying run to the plate. Matt Kemp. Fly to right is first at bat. And the more dramatic shift now with LeMahieu moving way over on the shortstop side. There's about 100 feet of real estate on the right side for Kemp to aim at. He goes that way, but in the air, and Gonzalez floats under it and makes the catch in fair territory. So twice Kemp flying out to Gonzo and right. Will Myers struck out swinging first time. You know, the old record about starting a season and not scoring a run, the St. Louis Cardinals back in World War II, 1943, they went 26 innings. The Padres are 1 out away from making that 30. But the good side of that history is the Cardinals went on to win the pennant.
Oh, wow.
Now, we're not suggesting that will be a deja vu, but why not?
Sure.
Get it going. Get it rolling the other way. It's a game of rhythm and tempo, and it perpetuates itself.
Sure
Good things seem to accelerate more good. When you're down, these games can be very mean to you.
And part of the grind, Dick, is maintaining that positive attitude.
Yeah, one swing here, one good swing, and drive the ball out of the ballpark. It's 2-2. That could just change everything. Bounded in the strike zone here in the third. He was 2-5 last year before injuring that toe that required surgery. He's 9-9 in his 2 years total as a Rocky. Base hit up the middle. On the run is Spangenberg. He'll make it to third. And the Padres have runners at the corners here in the third with 2 away. Brings up Jan Solarte. Third hit for San Diego. Solarte singled up the middle in the second. Spangenberg, Myers at the corners. Solarte with 14 home runs a season ago. Runner goes, no, a bluff. Myers. And a strike called. Derek Brock there at first base, the coach with the stopwatch, timing the pitches of Lyles. Whispers a bit of advice to Myers. Both pitchers seem having trouble getting the ball down into the strike zone. They've been high.
There have been a lot of pitches from both sides up in the zone, no doubt about it.
Two and one. Derek Norris on deck.
This is where Solarte has to wait for his pitch, get a good pitch. This is a 2-1 count. You don't want to swing at that sinker that's off the plate a little bit. You want a big old fat pitch to do some damage with.
Swing and a miss at the 94-mile-an-hour fastball, again up in the letters.
This ball leaks up and away out of the zone. Tough to get that top hand on. You can see how much he swung underneath that high pitch. That's ball 3. Well, why not go a little higher,
Yeah,
right?
climbs the ladder but wouldn't bite. Full count. That'll give the runner Myers at first base a couple extra steps on the pitch. Double could tie it up. Reynolds going to play behind the runner. Ball 4. And the bases are full of Padres. So the second time in 3 innings, a Padre over every pillow. Unfortunately, in the second, that worked its way down to Colin Ray, the pitcher spot, and he grounded out. Now it's Norris. Chance to do some damage with his first hit of the year. He's 0 for 11.
This is exactly what manager Andy Green was talking about the first 3 games. Opportunities, seize the moment. This is the great opportunity for the Padres to possibly tie it or take the lead.
Way outside. Huntley going to try to settle his pitcher. A shaky inning again for Lyles. That was his problem in spring training. He had a rough Cactus League month. He pitched 19 innings and walked 8 men. Gave up 4 home runs. I say he gave up 4 home runs.
What was that again?
4.
I see where you're going.
We're down begging, aren't we? We're right down on our knees. And there's a drive into left field and caught. Parra. So Norris hits it hard. Padres leave the bases loaded again. Mark, and the Tigers in Baltimore are the only unbeaten teams in the American League after just a handful of games. Jordan Zimmerman from Washington pitched the shutout. We go to the bottom of the third, 2-0 American League Central with Tigers 3-0. White Sox, Cleveland, Kansas City, Minnesota looking for their first win.
I think that's going to be a pretty good division. That's going to be interesting.
Parra struck out swinging. bases loaded in the first inning. Reynolds and Hundley to follow here in the last of the third. Rip but foul. The Rockies left the bases loaded in the first, stranded 2 but scored 2 in the second. The Padres have left the bases loaded in both the second and third, and still looking for that first run of the year. It's run itself to 30 consecutive innings, the all-time record. Pulled to the first baseman Myers, and an easy play for Will. One away. Mark Reynolds struck out with the bases loaded in the first. Reynolds trying to fill a very big void in that Rockies lineup. Todd Helton now retired.
Yep.
Helton, by the way, on this date, 13 years ago on April 8th, he went 4 for 4 with 3 walks. 7 times up, 7 times on base. How's that for an afternoon?
How come that doesn't surprise me?
Yeah.
Always putting together a good at bat.
Yeah. Rockies still lost that game 15-12. 1-1 to Reynolds. It's a tight strike zone for Chad Fairchild.
A little cut fastball there on the inner half of the plate. Nice. At 88.
Low. Our Fox Tracks, brought to you by Honda, says that might have caught a piece of the knees, but tough one to call, especially when both pitchers have not shown command. You tend to think ball, not strike on the borderline pitches if you're the umpire. And he gets him anyway. 5 strikeouts for Ray.
He went right back to where he didn't get the call on pitch 5 and pitch 6. Down, and the hitters will swing. They will swing. I was told a long time ago by the late, great Pat Dobson, my pitching coach. He said, Mud, hitters are dumb. Just throw it down into the zone. They will swing.
Nick Hundley walked to lead off the second, and that was costly because, as so often happens, you walk that leadoff man and you start marking digits in that run column, and they scored twice. Hundley this time a sharp ground ball to Solarte across the diamond for the out. And finally a 1-2-3 inning for Colin Ray. We've completed 3. Rockies lead 2-0. And welcome back to Coors Field. There's one of the stations for fun way out in deep right field, upper deck, the rooftop, a gathering. It's much like the roof of our Western Metal Supply Company. A lot of good partying done there.
They did a great job with that out in the upper deck in right field.
Alexei Ramirez will lead it off for the Padres in the 4th inning with Upton and the pitcher Ray to follow. Hit by a pitch on the wrist his first time. Fortunately, okay. Breaking ball for a strike. Lyle showing good stuff. Off speed, 1-1. Ramirez in 2008 came up to the big leagues and with the White Sox and caught a lot of attention. In fact, he was second in the balloting for the American League Rookie of the Year. Bullpen busy. Does that mean with Robbie Erlin up that perhaps manager Andy Green's going to go to the pinch hitter? Ray due to hit third.
It looks that way. It looks like Robbie Erlin getting hot and ready to go.
Oh, weak wave and a miss by Ramirez for the strikeout. Julie Alexandria, what do you have for us?
Hey guys, well, just an update on some roster moves. Left-handed reliever Matt Thornton put on the 15-day disabled list due to a left Achilles tendonitis. He injured it while doing some pregame running before opening day, and it left his leg in a boot for 2 weeks, and he will begin rehab after that. Hopefully he will be okay. Robbie Erlin got the call up 2 days ago from AAA. He's here now. Andy Green says he is available out of the pen.
And is warming up, Julie. Thank you. In fact, he was going to be the opening night pitcher for El Paso yesterday and got the call, and so they had to juggle things around. He got himself on an airplane. We ran into him as we arrived at Coors Field today. And it looks as if if Ray is pulled for a pinch hitter, will be coming in to work in the bottom of the 4th inning, although Ray is in the on-deck circle. Melvin Upton walked his first time.
Now, as a pitcher, Lyles is out there. He looks on deck and sees the pitcher. He knows the score. He knows the situation. Thinking, okay, do I give much to Melvin Upton Jr. to hit so I can pitch to Ray? Is he going to get pulled?
That's the mask of Hundley.
If Melvin Upton Jr. gets on base, you almost bet that somebody's going to hit you. One swing of the bat, you're tied up.
Right. And another full count. It's got to happen pretty soon. Somebody's going to tie into one. This has become, reality has become ridiculous here in this season. And there's a base hit to left field off the bat of Upton with one out. The Padres have their 4th hit against Lyles. They've had some chances here, leaving the bases loaded the last 2 innings.
Good swing, good result. Hit hard, very aggressive on that swing. Lyles tries to go inside with the 4-seamer. It looked like it spin on it. Melvin Upton Jr. does just that.
You know you hit it hard when you get it by that man at third, Arenado.
So they elect to stay with Colin Ray.
Rockies looking for the sacrifice bunt. Taken away. Try to move Upton up into scoring position for John Jay, who's on deck. Runner goes, throw by Hundley, not in time. Boy, what a break by Upton. He stole that off Lyles. He was halfway to second before Lyles threw the ball.
Yeah, all the concentration on Colin Ray, anticipating that bunt. So that wasn't even close. The old pop-up slide. He's on the bag on his way up before the ball arrived at the bag.
So now Ray can swing the bat. Grounded to third his first time. 2-0. 3-0. Lyles has hit one and walked two. Been a lot of deep counts, and his pitch count is up to 66. Ball four, a 4-pitch walk to the opposing pitcher. Well, let's see if the Padres can take advantage of the wildness of Lyles. Tying run on, one away. John Jay steps up.
Oh, what the Padres need here, Lyles being wild out of the zone. How about being wild in the zone and hanging something for John Jay?
Pitching coach Steve Foster out to talk with the 25-year-old. Jay has grounded out twice. Singles by Spangenberg, Myers, Solarte, and Upton today. Padres have only one extra base hit so far in the season. That was a double by Solarte against the Dodgers. John Jay find a gap and tie it up.
Well, if I'm Jordan Lyles, I'm thinking grounder here. I'm thinking sinker down and away for the first pitch. You know, or backdoor breaking ball maybe, but the problem with that is if you miss that and leak it over the heart of the plate, it speeds up his bat, and that spells trouble possibly. Something that John Jay can jerk out of the ballpark.
And the shift is on, not the complete shift, but shortstop Story is almost behind second base. And the last time up, Jay hit a ball back through the box that normally you would see skid its way out into center field for a hit, but the way Story's playing there, he's almost backing up the pitcher.
Yeah. I'm wondering if that's a distraction to the hitter. It's right out of the release point of the pitcher.
That's 6 straight balls thrown by Lyles. And movement now out in the Colorado bullpen. 70th pitch coming up. It's a strike.
There's been 9 full counts combined already this afternoon from both pitchers. It's a lot of pitches, yo.
Randy Jones could have worked 2 complete games.
I think Randy Jones had 9 full counts in his complete career.
Slice to the left, down the line, curling, foul. Parra over to watch that one bang against the side wall near the 347 sign.
How close was it? Slicing off the left-handed bat. Yeah, clearly foul by a lot.
So back to second, Upton. Ray carrying the tying run at first.
That was a good one to hack at. A little late.
Well, Jay has picked up a base hit in each of the 3 games against the Dodgers. Looking to make that 4 straight right here. There it is, a base hit, and that's going to score a run. Thank you, thank you. Around third comes Upton, and the scoreless string has come to an end as the Padres are on the board 2-1. And it'll go down in history and all the games played in the history of baseball. The Padres 30 consecutive games at the start, consecutive innings at the start of the season without scoring a run, but they've broken through here now, and let's just see if this we can bring a little modest avalanche to the Rocky Mountains.
Took advantage of a high pitch from Jordan Lyles, and just like that, Jon Jay breaks the seal for the Padres. They are on the board.
And the tying run, Ray, motoring over to third base with one out, and Spangenberg the batter.
It was a nice easy swing too. It wasn't forced. One thing Andy Green said, you know, try not to press. Go out there, have some fun, put together some good at-bats.
Spangenberg pops that foul. Well, Story, the shortstop, and Spangenberg were in the same draft 4 or 5 years ago. Garrett Cole selected by the Pirates, Holtzen by the Mariners. Bauer went to the Diamondbacks with the 3rd pick. The Padres with the 10th selection. Got Spangenberg, and Story, supplemental 1st-round pick, 47th overall. 2 strikes now to Spangenberg. Seeking his first RBI of the season to tie it up. We're in the top of the 4th, fans. Runners at the corner. Padres with a run home finally after 30 consecutive innings without a run.
Joe Panik also in that 2011 draft for the Giants.
It was the infielders draft, huh? Although Cole, the top pick, certainly is shown worthy of that admiration by his work with the Pirates. Tying run 90 feet away, carried by the pitcher Ray. Runner goes, no throw by Hundley. Jay has his first stolen base as a Padre. That takes away the double play opportunity, although Spangenberg with his speed, a tough man to double up, and that puts the tying run and the go-ahead score in position. A couple of steals in the inning.
Not even close. Nick Hundley has that in mind. I'm not going to throw that ball down. I'm going to check and freeze that runner, Colin Ray, at 3rd.
In the dirt. And the count levels at 2-2.
That pitch there had a good chance of being boxed in the dirt. Nick Hundley really was not sure which way to go about blocking that ball. Lucky that ball just died right in front of his glove.
Yeah, they shift now on Spangenberg, 2-2. And ball 3. That's a 25th pitch of this inning for Lyles, and he's at a full count again.
That's number 10. 10th full count combined by both pitchers this afternoon.
And we're only in the top of the 4th inning. That's amazing. Line drive right center field. That's going to fall, and it's going to go all the way to the wall. 2-run score. Padres will take the lead. Spangenberg easily will make it to 3rd. And the Padres, for the first time this season, have more scores on the board than the opposition. Spangenberg spanks a triple to right center.
2 good at-bats. The pitch count going up for Lyles. Jon Jay, nice and easy swing. He got a good pitch to hit. That looks like a little backdoor breaky ball. He's on it. Hands are back, locked and loaded. Knob of the bat to the baseball. Good extension, good drive. He beats the shift in the outfield, splitting that gap. And we know the speed. Good sound. And the speed of Cory Spangenberg. Off and running.
Now with the infield drawn in, Matt Kemp tried to go to right field with only one figure posted on that right side of the infield, the first baseman Reynolds. Look at that picket fence on the left side. On the edge of the grass, Arenado, Story, and LeMahieu. 2 fly balls to right in his first 2 at-bats. That'd get the job done here.
Still only 1 out. Keep it going.
Foul back.
Oh, that was a perfect pitch for Matt Kemp to drive the other way. Down a little bit, away. And we know that Matt Kemp, when he swings the bat extremely well.
Chris Russin up first in the bullpen, a left-hander for the Rockies. 1-2, trying to get Kemp to chase that fastball. There's Russin with that new extended wall up to 16 feet 6 inches, guarding the bullpen and making it a little tougher to hit it out in right field. Two and two. Where this game's going, you want? Start each batter with a 3-2 count, and let's get business done here.
Yeah.
You know, all this time taken to go all the way out to a full count.
When you're commissioner and you bring that to the people, I'm voting in favor of.
Vote for me. 3-2 Padres lead it with a 3-run fourth inning. And it'll be 4-2 as that one goes through the middle of the diamond. No one to guard that portion of the right side, and Kemp has his first RBI of the season. A 4-run inning as Spangenberg comes home.
Well, I really like the swings this inning for San Diego. They're addressing these pitches with some aggression, but yet staying under control. Jay Spangenberg on contact there. Everything was in sync for all three of those hitters, capitalizing on the mistakes of Jordan Lyles. It's coming to fruition here in this inning.
Indeed, once the dam broke, it wasn't just one run, but the Padres get 4 in the fourth.
Lead 4-2, and while we have a moment, this week only T-Mobile customers can get a free season-long subscription to MLB.TV Premium. Go to T-Mobile.com/MLB to sign up now for and catch every moment on America's fastest-growing LTE network. See the fountains out there in center field, like Old Faithful. The Padres erupting like Old Faithful in this inning.
Yeah, 4-run fourth, and Chris Russin comes in, the left-hander. Pitching change brought to you by El Cajon Ford. Last season, 22 starts. He had 2 complete games. That's you don't see many of those here at Coors Field.
Well, you got to be patient against Russin because he will nibble.
Opposing batters hit .310 against him.
Mostly cutters with the fastball. Also throws a slider, a changeup, and a curveball. But pretty fastball, slider, cutter heavy from Russin.
Will Myers singled his last time up. Russin comes in with 1 out. Kemp with an RBI single at first base. So Lyles goes 3 1/3, gave up 4 runs, and is responsible for Kemp. 7 hits, walked 3, hit 1, and struck out 4.
Walt Weiss has 4 lefties in the bullpen. You don't see that too often, do you?
No. That's a luxury. low, and it's 2-0. Ramirez struck out to open this 4th inning, then Upton singled, stole second. Ray walked on 4 pitches. That was the real signal that Lyles was in trouble walking the opposing pitcher. Didn't come close to throwing a strike. Then Jay singled in a run. Spangenberg tripled in 2, and Kemp knocked in the other with his base hit. Staggering swing from Myers. It's 2-1. Nice to see that crooked number up on the Coors Field scoreboard.
You bet.
Enough of all those goose eggs. Another foul.
Russ in kind of a short armor. He really doesn't get extended with that release point, so the ball has a tendency to sneak up on you a little bit. There's that crooked number you're talking about, Professor.
Nothing like it. After this drought to start the season, to hit it big in an inning. 4. Let's build off that.
That's a quattro. I'd like to see a cinco up there.
4-2 the score. Whoa, almost had him. As Reynolds didn't field the throw cleanly anyway, but Kemp was leaning the other way.
That's why, as an infielder, or a base runner, I should say, as he was leaning, dive towards the outfield part of the bag. Longer stretch, longer reach for Reynolds to apply the tag. He never found the handle on that one.
That ball is drilled to left for a base hit. 1 hop out to Parra. And Myers has his second base knock. Solid shot to left field. Kemp moves into second base, and Solarte will be the batter.
That sounded like a cue ball off a tile floor. He squared that one up so nicely. Kind of a short stride. Generates some serious power up from the legs.
That is a smack sound.
Isn't that nice?
Single walk, single, triple, single, single here in the 4th.
How many people at home right now going to the pool table, getting the cue ball and bouncing it on a tile floor? You're going to break your tile. I don't suggest doing that, but that's what it sounds like.
Solarte gets into one to deep left center field. That ball's carrying well, and it is up against the wall. Here come 2 more runs, and the Padres have not only broken it open, they have powered it open with a 6-run 4th inning, and Solarte joins the fun with a 2-run double. Kemp from second and Myers from first, scoring easily on that long double.
Well, the theme this inning is hitting mistakes and putting good swings, as Blackman has to play this one off the wall. Now it's almost like a relay race, passing the baton with those 2 guys coming around to score.
And Solarte with 2 hits and a walk, a perfect afternoon for him, and now a couple of runs batted in, his first of the season. 9th man to bat.
Got to add on, Dick. Keep adding on. Keep putting on the pressure.
Derek Norris looking for his first hit. Still only 1 out. It all began with Ramirez, who's in the on-deck circle, striking out. Norris gets into one, but not quite enough. It's up too high, and left fielder Parra squeezes it near the foul pole. And a Colorado version of a Bronx cheer goes up as the Rockies have their second out. And here's Ramirez, who started the inning.
This inning alone, 6 runs, 6 hits, 1 walk. That's some serious traffic.
Ramirez hit by a pitch and struck out. Starter Jordan Lyles, you can close the book on him. He's charged with 5 runs. Russin comes in and gave up the single to Myers, and Myers has scored on Solarte's double, so Russin already hit with a run on his book. Ground ball right side. Reynolds makes the stop, and from his knees almost throws it away. Boy, acrobatic catch on the run by pitcher Russin, and the inning comes to an end. 10-man bat, 6-run score, and the Padres now enjoy a lead 6-2. In MLB history, brought to you by Geico. In 1928, the Hollywood Stars of the Pacific Coast League became the first professional baseball team to travel by air. They had just concluded a doubleheader in Seattle, and owner Bill Lane sent by air 14 members of the group that didn't go home by train. In 1946, the Yankees became the first team to use air travel as the predominant mode of transit. How life has changed during the course of the last century in terms of getting from ballpark to ballpark.
Did they have internet on those flights?
I don't think so.
No?
Yeah. They did have color TV though. John Elway, a Denver hero icon, the great quarterback. He's led them to a Super Bowl, 2 of them as a quarterback, and of course last year as their president. LeMahieu greets Ray to open the 4th inning with a base hit to center. He's 2 for 2, both, and he's going to go for a double, as that ball just kept rolling out between the outfielders, and there's this big outfield. By the time you get to the ball, a man with LeMahieu's speed and guile able to cruise into second with a double.
That's why you have to be heads up out of the box as we go back to the location. Now it's a high fastball. He's on top of it. Okay, out of the box. He can see the positioning of the outfielders. There's a long way to go. He doesn't even break strike. He turns it on halfway. That's just smart base running, and that gives you an idea how quickly it could change here. That's why you have to keep the foot on the gas if you're the Padres.
That's the 4th hit allowed by Colin Ray. The pitcher Chris Russin is batting for himself. And was not bunting on that first swing. He's not a bad hitter. Walt Weiss giving him a chance to swing at one. Now we'll see if he's going to bunt. No, swinging again, and a 2-hopper to the second baseman. Spangenberg throws him out. That's as good as a bunt.
Yep.
And gave him a chance to maybe drive in a run. So 1 out to the top of the order and Charlie Blackmon.
Hey, one of the advantages of being a pitcher who can handle the bat well, that's in your corner where the manager says, hey, you know what, a chance to drive him in. If you could stay away from the strikeout, play a little pepper to the right side, get that runner over, that's a good sign.
Blackmon has walked and struck out. Ray now with 83 pitches, and of course in an ideal situation, and this one is not because of all the pitches that were required by Ray in the very first inning, 37. They'd like to get him a win, and that requires pitching 5 innings. And he's already at 84 tosses. Runner at third, the infield, with the exception of Solarte at third base, playing back. They'll concede the run for an out. Two strikes on Blackmon. Well, the big Saturday night baseball night in San Diego coming up a week from tomorrow when the Padres are back home against Arizona. You'll get a brand new Padres ball cap. Foul tip off the glove of Derek Norris.
Up and out of the zone there by design.
Finally, Andy Green gets some offense. Boy, what a tough start for him. That's just the baseball fates can be cruel. Just off the corner. 1-2 now. After Blackmon, Trevor Story, who is not going to run with a bloop single. And then Carlos Gonzalez doubled him home. 2 runs scored back in the second for the Rockies. A little slider that just inside.
And, you know, he missed with location as well on that one too. He wanted it down and away. It leaked in. Thank goodness it misses in enough. Something that Blackmon can't turn on and do some damage. I think he got squeezed on that last pitch. Pitch number 5 on the inside corner. Southland Technology bringing you Fox Tracks.
Line drive left field. Upton has to play it on a short hop. In comes LeMahieu. It is 6-3. Second RBI of the new season for Blackmon.
Well, time now for our Ram Trucks tool of the trade. We're going to focus on Trevor Story, the 23-year-old. The professor mentioned it earlier. Location on the home runs. First 4 hits of the year, home runs in the first 3 games. Look at this. Talk about foul pole to foul pole. First home run. Up and away. Takes it to right center field. Down and away. Breaky ball. Speeds up his bat. See ya. Number 4. It doesn't stop there. What is going on? Trevor Story. Tools of the trade. Power to all fields.
And doing something no rookie has ever accomplished in Major League history. 4 home runs, his first 4 hits in the big leagues. And homering in each of the first 3 games had never been done before by a rookie. That's hard to believe. Well, he's broken the home run string. All 4 of his hits home runs in Arizona. He singled Blue Pit last time up. Padre lead reduced to 6-3. There it goes, deep to left field. Number 5 is landing deep in the bleachers. Maybe this is the real deal. 4 games, 5 home runs for the 23-year-old Story. What a book, storybook he's writing.
I think it was a breaky ball. Yep. Breaky ball, outer third. He got extended and caught it just early enough to keep it fair for the home run.
Into that little chute down the left field line, gives access to the vehicles going in and out of the ballpark. So Ray leaves with the lead, 6-5. 1 out here in the 4th at Coors Field, Denver.
where the Padres lead 6-5. Trevor Story homering for the 5th time in his first 4 games, tying the record set by Willie Mays back in 1971, matched by the Padres' own Mark McGwire in 1998, and then again in 2011 by Nelson Cruz, most recently 2013 by Chris Davis, and just now by Trevor Story. Now, Trevor considers himself kind of a superstitious guy, but he allowed his batting helmet and gloves from that first series versus Arizona to be sent to the Hall of Fame.
Thank you, Julie. They wanted the bat as well. They said, no, that's going too far. This bat's been way too good to me. So you saw that list. All of those home runs, 4 consecutive games to start a season, were by veteran players. This is the first time a rookie has done that. So Story stands alone with home runs in each of his first 4 major league games. 6-5, Robbie Erlin takes over. A ground ball into the shift. Spangenberg throws out Gonzalez for the 2nd out. Well, interestingly, both pitchers, Jordan Lyles and Colin Ray, go 3 1/3. Each give up 5 earned runs. It's a chance for Erlin to pick up a win if he can go 2-3 innings here and the Padres maintain the lead.
Fresh off the plane, and Robbie Erlin had to have it in his mind that he's going to pitch at some point, especially here in Colorado. He said before the game, you know, El Paso is one tough place to pitch. The elevation there, and it's dry, it's arid. Kind of here in Colorado as well. So, hey, the hanging breaking ball, you're going to get bitten every time. That's what happened with Colin Ray to Trevor Story. So, got to keep that ball down.
Arenado, a line drive past the diving Solarte and all the way to the wall. So Arenado blisters one to left, and with 2 outs, he represents the tying run on the double. Here's today's Cold Hard Facts, brought to you by Clean, Crisp, Coors Light. Nolan Arenado, last year he was first in RBIs, first in extra base hits, tied with Bryce Harper in home runs, 42, tied for 2nd in game-winning RBIs, 5th with 177 hits and a Gold Glove to boot. I mean, those are credentials that, well, Nick Hundley during the week interviews back in San Diego said he thinks he's the best player in all of baseball, not just the best third baseman. Parra has struck out and grounded out. Trevor Story continues to write a brilliant opening to a major league career. This 23-year-old doing something it never accomplished before, ever, as at the start of the season by a rookie. 2-0 to Parra. Six runs, 9 hits San Diego, 5 runs on 7 hits for Colorado. Tying run with 2 outs. Arenado there at 2nd.
You know, they always say, the old saying is that how things quickly can change in a New York minute. How come nobody ever says in a Coors Field minute?
I think that's a good point. In a Denver minute.
There you go.
Yeah, let's give the whole city credit. Oh, that ball's hit deep to center. Jay on his horse, back, and makes the play. Fortunately, Parra picked the long portion of the yard, the 415 sign in center, but the Rockies come back on Trevor Story's 2-run homer, and it's 6-5. Coors Field in Denver. Dick Enberg, along with Mark Grant and Julie Alexandria. Score fest it is, 6-5 after 4 innings, and the Padres in front finally getting on the board with a 6-run 4th inning. And they face Chris Russin here in the top of the 5th. Trevor Story, another home run. 4 games, 4 home runs plus 1. Never been done before at the start of a rookie season in Major League history. Goodness. We're not a week old in 2016, and the Padres have set a record all time in baseball history, and Young Story has done one with a bat. Melvin Upton had a key single that started the 6-run 4th inning for the Padres, and he tries to bunt his way on here. Can he make it? No, Reynolds gets to him.
Hey, Padre fans, if you can't watch the games on TV, you know what the next best thing to do? You can now stream games live on your mobile device. That's right. Just go to your app store and download the free Fox Sports Go app. Log in, stream the Padres games wherever you go. It's the best, man.
Robbie Erlin gets a chance to swing the bat. Colin Ray grounded out, walked, and scored a run. Big sellout crowd humming away here at Coors Field. Plenty of action. And down goes Erlin on 3 pitches. 2 outs in the 5th.
Got action in the Rocky bullpen. Justin Miller behind Russin, the left-hander. Former Rocky right-handed pitcher Darren Holmes, number 40 there, now the bullpen coach for these Rocks. It's going to be busy this year.
John Jay had a key RBI single in the 6-run 4th inning and later scored a run. A hit in each of the 4 games for the Padres, the only San Diegan to accomplish that, and now has his first RBI of the year. Oh, 0-2. Russin was drafted by the Cubs in 2009, a 4th-round pick. He has something in common with the Padre manager, Andy Green. They both graduated from the University of Kentucky. He wandered down to Kentucky, did Russin from Dearborn, Michigan, where he was a high school pitching star, led his team to a couple of state championships.
So a smart move being from Michigan going to Kentucky, right?
I guess. If you're a
or he couldn't get into Michigan,
horse,
right?
You might as well, huh? Couldn't get into Central Michigan, no, so he went down to Kentucky. Line to left and in for a base hit. Charged by Parra, had to play it on the short hop. Now Jay has his second hit. 10 on the board for the Padres. Jay, Spangenberg, Myers, and Solarte all with a brace of hits this afternoon.
And that's what the Padres need to start doing, continue to doing, like that 1 inning, but using the whole field. He fights this one off. You see his hands were in near the jersey, trying to get that fat part of the bat on the ball, but he just flares it the other way rather than trying to pull everything.
Spangenberg, the big blow in that 6-run go-round in the 4th, a 2-run triple to right center field. Takes it away, ball 1. Struck out the first time, infield hit in the 3rd, and the 2-run triple in the 4th. His 2-run triple and Solarte's capped the inning with a 2-run double. Away again.
Sad news for the Cubs, huh?
Oh, yeah.
Kyle Schwarber out for the year.
The collision in the outfield, two of the Cubs running into each other, and Schwarber totally destroys the ligaments on both the inner and outside of the knee, huh?
That hurts the Cubs.
Power hitting left-handed bat is gone for the year. You can make all your predictions and you have all your hopes of spring, but boy, a couple of key injuries and it can take a team down a notch.
And that's a big one. I know they've got Rizzo and Bryant and the whole cast of characters there, but what Kyle Schwarber did last year, late in the season in the playoffs, he was a force, no doubt about that.
2-1 to Spangenberg. A visit to first base by Russin. Jay has a steal today. Walt Weiss, great player, 14 years in the bigs out of the University of North Carolina. Two and two. So a couple of collegians running the show here. Kentucky's Andy Green and North Carolina's Walt Weiss. A little more hop to his step today, Andy Green, with some runs, but I'd like to see him dancing, not just hopping, come out of here with a win. And the count is full. For the 11th time today, the pitchers have taken it to the distance. That'll get Jay a running start. Kemp hoping he gets a chance to bat here in the 5th. Fouled off. Well, the Padres have announced they've acquired James Loney, who was out there on the waiver wire. First baseman, left-handed bat, good fielder, solid hitter, not a home run hitter, but solid. We'll see how that all fits into the 25-man roster. There's no official announcement on where he's going to wind up. Another foul. And if he indeed were to come up to the big club, and one has to figure that that's his talent, that's going to happen, then what happens to Will Myers? Because Loney is primarily a first baseman. He doesn't have another spot. Myers could play the outfield.
The chess match begins, right?
Yeah. He's currently being sent to El Paso, correct? Loney?
Minor league deal. You are correct, sir.
Payoff pitch again from Russin. And that hit Spangenberg. Right hand. Second Padre to be hit today. Ramirez got nicked on the forearm earlier.
Hey, any way to get multiple base runners and turn it over to the next guy, hopefully do some damage.
So first and second with 2 outs. Kemp flied out twice to right and singled in a run. And here comes Walt Weiss out to the mound, and with Kemp, a right-handed batter, and the lefty on the mound, Weiss is going to bring in a right-hander to counter the strength of Kemp. So a pitching change here at Coors Field, middle of the 5th inning. It's a 6-5 game.
And the Padres lead the Rockies 6-5. Baseball is back, folks, on FS1 as Adrian Gonzalez and the Dodgers battle Buster Posey. Oh, he's good. And the Giants tomorrow. It's all in America's home for baseball all season long. FS1 or watch live on Fox Sports Go.
And how about the pitching matchup in that game, huh? That's worth the price of admission.
Sure is.
Madison Bumgarner going against Clayton Kershaw, arguably two of the very best left-handers in the game. And then we'll be on the air. Padres Live, the pregame show on Fox Sports San Diego at 4:30 with Drew Pomerantz dueling Jorge De La Rosa. The new pitcher is Justin Miller, right-hander from Bakersfield, California. Kemp takes a strike. Miller, high school in Bakersfield, went to Bakersfield College and then on to Fresno State. Part of the Fresno State Bulldogs World Series champions in 2008.
Hard thrower, Justin Miller. 94, 96. Slider and a changeup from the right-hander. Throws across his body, third base side of the rubber.
And that one's way out of play. Padres with runners at first and second. A single with 2 outs. John Jay and Spangenberg hit by a pitch. Trying to fortify that 6-5 lead.
You know, as a right-handed hitter, you really have to keep that front side tucked in there and ready to go and not open too soon because Miller, as I mentioned, third base side of that rubber, he's coming right at that front left hip pocket of Matt Kemp or any right-handed hitter.
Half swing foul. Breaking ball of his getting out of the strike zone, and Kemp had committed, spoiled it, keeps himself going. Miller came up to the big leagues 2 years ago with the Tigers. Signed after the 14 season as a free agent by Colorado.
And out in front just a little bit, Matt Kemp is on that last pitch. It's amazing to me. You know, I say it every year, Dick, but these big league hitters, I don't see how they do it. I really don't see how they do it. These guys that hit 300 consistently year in and year out. I mean, just one little timing issue is off and you're done.
Yeah. And you're trying to not just hit something that's sitting on a tee here. That ball's got spin and drop and velocity.
It amazes me.
Back again, 2 strikes. That ball is hit deep to left field, way back. Will it go all the way? Kemp will touch them all. That's the way you fortify the lead. 9-5 San Diego on Matt Kemp's first home run of the season.
Working 9 to 5. What a way to make a living.
4 RBI game for Kemp.
And there was no doubt about this one. Let's check out location. Oh, that is just right down the middle. Easy swing. Letting the pitch, letting the swing do it all. And that was a no-doubter.
John Jay wanted to admire the distance.
Nice.
Jay and Spangenberg score in front of Kemp. 100 RBIs last year. Kemp to lead the club. He gets his first today of the new season and adds 3 more on that swing.
And how about with 2 outs too? Gotta love that.
6 runs in the 4th, 3 more for the Padres here in the 5th. Will Myers, after striking out the first time, a pair of singles. The first 5 men in the batting order for Andy Green today, all with a pair of hits. Jay, Spangenberg, Kemp, Myers, Solarte, all with 2 apiece. A ball, 2 strikes. So Chris Russin, inning in a 3rd, charged with 3 runs and 3 hits. trying to hit that outside corner with a fastball. Well, the game's about 2 hours and 15 minutes old, and we're about to reach the halfway mark.
We're in the 5th inning already?
Oh, boy. And another 3-2 count.
Now you can see Miller consistently trying to keep the ball away from Wil Myers. And with that said, the outfield playing to go just a little bit that way. Charlie Blackmon on the first base side of second base. Jabari Blash asking about that last at-bat from Matt Kemp.
Yeah, the start was discouraging, but never to our producer Max Michalek. You know, they hadn't scored a run in 30 innings. And what does he say in our earpieces? He said, you know, the Padres are going to score 10 runs today. And we chuckled. Now look at that, 9-5.
Oh, he's on the positive train, Max is.
And ball 4. Well, the inning continues. Another walk from the Rockies pitching. The first from Miller. And Solarte comes up. He's been on base all 3 times with a single, a 2-run double, and a walk. Turns it around, batting left-handed. He singled left-handed against starter Lyles in the 2nd and doubled right-handed to left center against Russin in the 4th. You know, there are home runs, Mark Grant, and then there are 3-run home runs. There's something about that, you know, you get a grand slam down, but a 3-run home run.
I like the ring of that. I really do. Because usually that's, you know, that's a difference maker there. You know, the solo shot might put you ahead by 1, might you only trail by 1 or tie it, but you know that 3-run shot, that's
the jackpot.
Yeah.
You know, ding, 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 ding. Huh? You get a single, seems harmless. Hit batsman. Then a 1 swing, 3 runs. Myers was tempting the pitcher Miller. He was dancing off first like he was going to try to steal second before, and Miller had to step off the rubber. A little frisky over there.
Yep.
Swing and a miss, 1 and 2.
Yeah,
Myers with a bluff.
You don't want to make that last out on the base pass, especially with a guy like Solarte who can put a hurting on that next pitch. So he bluffed again on that last pitch. Wil Myers did at first base. You know, Coors Field, games are so long. They should have the 7th inning shower, 7th inning shave. Hey, bring a lunch.
Myers does go. The throw by Hundley bounces to the shortstop Story, and a Padre has stolen again. That's the 3rd of the game as Myers joins John Jay and Melvin Upton with the steal.
Look at the big horse getting on the, picking him up and putting him down into second base.
You see, where's that wrist protector on the left wrist after all the problems a year ago, and it all began with a head-first slide. Just can't help himself.
I don't like the head-first slide, quite frankly.
And a swing and a miss. Solarte out for the first time today, and the inning comes to an end, but not before the Padres get another 3. Matt Kemp, a no-doubter, pulls this one deep into the left field bleachers. Yeah, we're having a good time here. Mark Reynolds lines it out, and the shift denies him a base hit as Spangenberg over on the shortstop side, able to snare it for the first out here in the bottom of the 5th.
Well, what a way to start an inning, especially after you score 3 in the top half of the 5th. A scalded baseball. And it's right into the glove of the shift of Corey Spangenberg. That's a hang with him.
Mike and Mark talking about Philadelphia losing to the Mets today. The Phils are off to a 0-4 start, and the bullpen let them down in Cincinnati. They had leads late a couple of games and blew those leads. The Padres head to Philadelphia after Colorado. Will be there Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday. 4-game series. They are expecting snow tomorrow in Philadelphia by the long-range forecast. But at this time of the year, could have snow on Saturday and 70 on Monday. Huh? Nick Hundley has walked and scored and grounded to third. And Robbie Erlin falls behind 2-0.
I remember when I was with the Rockies in '93, I think we got a snow out. It was like in May at Mile High. Unbelievable.
Well, it's been a wonderful ski season here in Colorado. Normally about this time of the year, people are packing up their gear and heading home. And
I saw you with the Rosengals in the lobby coming in this morning.
Yeah,
got a few
they call
runs
me
in.
Old Slalom Ender, you know. Shush.
Old Franz Klammer.
Yeah, the old shusher. Swing and a foul tip. Now they called me Yard Sale. Is what they called me. Yard Sale Enberg. Because one ski goes one way, one goes the other. The gloves there and the helmet.
Love it. Yard Sale.
That was good for at least one a run. 2-2 to the Rockies catcher. And just get a recording, full count. Just put it on there. Save us.
Unbelievable.
Do you get paid by the word, by the way? I mean, if we get paid by the word, then we say 3-2. We're really cleaning up today. A dozen full counts and a swing and a miss. Strike 3. Erlin has his first strikeout of the season.
What I like about that from Robbie Erlin is that it's the breaking ball that's down to the zone. You hang that one, it could be a different story. Trying to protect that 9-5 lead. Full count. Hey, throw it. Little cutter, little slider.
Got Hundley to chase in the dirt. DJ LeMahieu continuing his torrid hitting at the start of the season. In the first 4 games, he is 8 for 12. Came in 6 out of 10, and he's got a single and a double and has scored 2 of the runs for the Rockies today. There's a big slow curve that hangs high. Line drive right field. Kemp. And he does pick it off the grass. Right at the grass level, able to snare that one and deny LeMahieu his 3rd hit of the year. That's a do or die, and Kemp gets the glove in the way of that liner, and the inning comes to an end.
part in this trip, and I said absolutely. I love going on international trips. I love taking new experiences, and it's great to be able to come out here and check out a new city, Mexico City, and being able to play a baseball game out here is going to be great. Andy gave me a call in January and asked me if I would want to take part in this trip, and I said absolutely. I love going on international trips. I love taking new experiences, and it's great to be able to come out here and check out a new city, Mexico City, and being able to play a baseball game out here is going to be great.
Yeah, there's Jon Jay. What a off season for him in December. He was part of that 5-player contingent to go to Havana, and then a couple of months later in March, he's in Mexico City. He is the answer to the world traveler of baseball. Mother and father escaped from Cuba and made it to Miami, where he was born. And he's had a productive day today, 2 for 4, scored a couple of runs. Here's a man hungry for a base hit. He's struck out, lined out, and flied out. An 0 for 13 start for the Padre catcher Derek Norris. Ramirez and Upton to follow. Shift on. Yeah, this is going to change, and it's part of the reason why the Padres have struggled. They're going to get more offense from lower in the order. Norris and Ramirez between them are 0 for 25. Line but foul down the right field side.
You know, with all the offense up to this point, 9 runs for San Diego, 11 hits. Derek Norris is the type of hitter, the type of player. You know, he's fine and dandy with that. His job is to call a good game, take care of the pitching staff. Hey, he'll get his hits. But if the Padres end up winning this game and he takes an offer, he's cool with that. He's going to try to put together some good at-bats. But the main thing for Derek Norris is that notch in the W column for the Padres.
Good point. Ground ball pulled deep to third, foul. Today's game from Coors Field presented in HD by Sony. Justin Miller into his second inning. And there's a line drive base hit for Derek Norris. That's going to roll all the way to the wall, and Norris smells triple. But oh, I think I just will be happy right here. About halfway between first and second, the wind changed, and that wonderful breeze of a triple, you know, the aroma that it carries said, nah, a stinky double will do just fine.
You know, our good friend Mark Sweeney talks about hitters letting the ball travel in the hitting zone, and the way Derek let that one travel was outer half pitch, trying not to pull that ball, but squaring it up and going to the left side of second base. Really puts together a nice swing. And like you said, Dick, with nobody out, why try to stretch it into a triple? He's probably going to score on a base hit anyway.
And he was down in the count 2 strikes as well. So Ramirez then, he's the last of the offers. He's 0 for 2 today and 0 for 12 on the season. And he hits it deep to center. Norris tags, and he'll motor into third. So the Padres a chance to get that 10th run on and out here in the 6th inning.
Oh, Max is wringing his hands together. Our producer Max Michalak in the truck. He's like, oh, come on now, 10 runs. I predicted it. Oh, he's thinking.
You know the bad news. We got him the whole trip. We won't be able to live.
Never hear the end of it.
Oh my gosh, Philadelphia. Oh, talk about brotherly love.
Infield drawn in.
Hitter's delight.
Gotta love it.
Melvin Upton, a walk, a single, scored, stole a base, tried to bunt his way on last time, but Mark Reynolds made the play. Oh, a little up and in. Rockies got 2 in the bottom of the 2nd inning. Padres, after 30 consecutive innings without a run, posted a 6 in the 4th inning to make it 6-2. Rockies came back with 3 of their own in the bottom half of the 4th to make it 6-5. Matt Kemp's 3-run homer in the top of the 5th inning, a 9-5 lead, and a chance for a 10th tally here in the 6th inning. Upton can get the ball deep enough in the outfield or drive one through that drawn-in infield. 2 balls, no strikes. That ball is blistered to deep left field, way back, and touch 'em all. Oh, that's a monster homer. Indeed, Upton having a big day, and the Padres don't get 10, they get 11 on a 2-run shot from Upton, his first of the year.
Rocky Mountain High, Colorado. That's going to knock some snow off of Pikes Peak somewhere. Oh, Melvin Upton Jr., get extended, will you? What in the Gwen Stefani is going on there? That's no doubt.
That's more than halfway up into the bleachers.
Wow.
So Robbie Erlin, who came in to relieve starter Colin Ray in the 4th inning. This is his game, and the bats have awakened. That big alarm clock worked after all. You see him sneak it down in there, that one of those big ones with all the bells on it, and those bats were just shaking.
They were
shaking.
That's got to be a good feeling to square one up like
this game. Just will.
It'll drive you nuts.
Oh, you can't score. You can't score. 3 game, can't score, and all of a sudden, that's all you do is score. 11 runs allowed today, most allowed in a home opener, and we're only in the 6th inning.
You know what the key is? Add on. Keep adding on.
Erlin.
Hey. You got that same pitch.
2-1 to Robbie Erlin. That's the Padre box score. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 players with a pair of hits. Kemp with a 3-run homer. Melvin Upton now with a 2-run shot.
And you know what that helps, don't you? The Padres box score. Everybody's picked the stick game. Mark Sweeney's having a field day up to this point. He had Matt Kemp.
All of us have been in the minus pool. Did anyone have a plus after 3 games? I think we're all. I think
we're all in the negative.
Yeah, that's going to make Sweeney happy. It's nice to when he's happy, because when he's grown, you know, and he'll be. If he's leading, he's going to be so happy. Who did you pick today in the pick?
I had Derek Norris, and
oh, that's good.
Yeah.
He got 3, and he struck out, so he got 2 today. I wonder if anyone picked Melvin Upton. That would have been a good pick. No one picked Upton. Erlin trying to drop one into right, but Gonzalez is there with a 2nd out. I think Upton was worth about 11 points today. Threw a walk is 1.
Wow.
Stolen base is 1. A single. Scored, that's 4. And a 2-run homer. That's what's that worth?
I don't know. My brain
7
is,
or something.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's 11 points for Upton. No one picked him. John Jay, 2 for 4. Scored 2 runs, stole a base. Don't forget, you know, in our pick the stick, and for you fans who don't follow it closely, we all pick a player every game, and based on his performance, you get points. Single 1, double 2, triple 3. You get a point for an RBI, point for a run scored. You take away a point on an error or a strikeout. You know, Julie Alexandria, she's getting the knack of this game in a hurry. You know that. Watch out now. As the defending champion, I keep my eye on her. In fact, well, here is how it stands today with Sweeney get 11 points, but look at Spangenberg, 8 points for Julie, huh?
It's early.
You can't win it 3 years in a row. 3-1 as Jay taking that one down the middle. 11 runs, 13 hits for the Padres. 5 runs, 7 hits for the home side in their opener. And Jay's aboard again. 2-out walk brings up Spangenberg. And a trip to the mound, pitching coach Steve Foster.
There is action in the Rocky bullpen.
Looks like they have a right and a left-hander warming up.
Christian Bergman up for the Rocks.
So Spangenberg steps in. A shift slightly for Spangenberg with shortstop Story moving over behind the bag. High strike. Spangenberg struck out the first time, infield hit in the third, 2-run triple and scored himself in the fourth, hit by a pitch, scored in the fifth. A late swing there on a 93-mile-an-hour heater. 2 more for the Padres here in the 6th. Double by Norris and a 2-run home run from Melvin Upton.
Up, up, and up for Justin Miller, trying to have Corey Spangenberg fish after those. Not biting on that last one. Now let's see if he tries to drop a breaking ball after having that last pitch eye level like the first 2. Maybe bounce one.
Up the middle, but Story playing right there behind second. An easy unassisted out. Padres settled for 2. Middle of the 6th inning. Melvin Upton has given San Diego a 5-6 run advantage at 11-5. From the corner outfielders for the Padres, Kemp a 3-run shot and Melvin Upton with a 2-run blast, accounting for 5 of the San Diego 11 runs and an 11-5 lead. Bottom of the 6th inning. Brendan Barnes will pinch hit for the pitcher Miller. Robbie Erlin still on the mound for the Padres. And the first pitch is high. Nice to see the smiles down in that Padre dugout.
No doubt about it. And one gentleman who's probably got the biggest smile is hitting coach Alan Zinter, right?
You bet.
Good for him.
It's just like this is the mother hen and all of his chicks here. He wants them all to be happy.
Yep.
Get some hits. Brendan Barnes is 2 for 3 on the new season. Two and one. There's hitting coach Zinter.
Tell you, walked in the clubhouse today. Every coach either had his iPad out or a 3-ring binder going over scouting reports, getting these guys prepared. Look at that. They got the spray charts. They got all the scouting reports, tendencies.
And Andrew Kastner, who won't pitch again until Tuesday night in Philadelphia, but very much engaged.
Sure.
Not just hanging on the railing. They're being taught by example, by observation.
Well, you know, the Rockies obviously in the Padres, same division. You're going to face these teams 18, 19 times, so it's always good to refresh your memory.
I'm going to let you say it this time.
Okay, 3-2 count. That's a shocker. What's that, lucky 13? A Baker's dozen.
Ground ball to short. Ramirez gobbles it up and throws Barnes out.
And that's the big key here in this inning. Another 1-2-3. String together 2 1-2-3 innings for Robbie Erlin. He's getting a good opportunity here.
There's been only 2 innings today, 3 up, 3 down. Lyles retired the Padres in order in the first inning. Erlin got them in the 5th inning. The Rockies, 2 of those were line drive outs, however. Robbie came in with just 1 out in the 4th inning. So this is his ball game to win. As Charlie Blackmon steps up, the leadoff man has walked, struck out, singled in a run, and scored in the 4th inning. One and one. Inside corners. Oh, outside, inside. Painting. Robbie Erlin. Erlin with a high comebacker on the bounce, able to flip the first for the 2nd out. Well, another left-hander will be out there in the center circle for the Padres tomorrow. Drew Pomeranz, and he knows the way to get there. He was here in Colorado for 3 years, mostly as a starter. He was 4 and 14. Then he went to Oakland the last 2 years, 10 and 10. Most of those appearances in relief, and of course in spring training there was the question: will he be one of the top 5 in the rotation, or will he go to the bullpen? Well, the answer is he is slotted in the 5th spot in the rotation and will be on the mound against his former teammates tomorrow.
There's Drew in the middle, going over a live scouting report, watching these Rockies, who he's familiar with.
Well, Trevor Story continues his amazing start as a major leaguer. He is an RBI single, a bloop single that knocked in a run in the 2nd, and a 2-run homer his last time up. The only rookie ever in baseball history to homer in his first 4 games. I mean, he had the record in 3. Now he's just made it all the tougher for someone to race his name down the line by a home run in each of his first 4 contests. He's got 5 homers and 10 RBIs already. Fouled at the plate.
One thing Robbie Erlin does quite well is that going down and in to righties, down and away to lefties. Try to tie up Story right there with the fastball in. Now the thing about Robbie Erlin, and he'll even say it, I've talked to Robbie about it before, but going to the opposite side of the plate, down and away to righties, down and into lefties, because he's got good command down and into the right-handed hitters.
backs him off. 2-2. Padres acquired Erlin 4 years ago in that Mike Adams trade with Texas midseason, along with Joe Wieland. Reaches out and sends a high fly to left. That one even carried well. Has an off-balance swing, and Erlin indeed has retired 7 in a row. Rockies, first of 3 this weekend. Padres split the 10 games a year ago here at Coors Field, 5-5. Matt Kemp having himself a good day. Knocked in a run earlier on a single up the middle, and then he crushes that 3-run home run in the 5th inning off Justin Miller. Padres using the home run ball to pad their lead. 6-5. 3-run homer Kemp, and then a 2-run shot from Melvin Upton to raise it to an 11-5 advantage, and Kemp to start things here in the 7th inning against a new pitcher, Christian Bergman, a 27-year-old born in Glendale, California. High school in La Cañada.
Well, Bergman, a homegrown Rocky, not really an overpowering pitcher, 4-pitch pitcher, tries to mix it up, but pretty much fastball changeup. There's a nice changeup there to Matt Kemp.
One and two. Long shot selection by the Rockies, a 24th round pick, as was Andy Green, a 24th selection by the Arizona Diamondbacks out of the University of Kentucky back in 2000.
Yeah, you got to remember, it's just not all about the 1st or 2nd round pick.
Those are the ones where you really give your scouts rewards, bonuses. When you can pick somebody in the 24th round, they make it to the big leagues. Yeah, you get extra points for that.
Right.
How about a 3-2 count here to open the 7th inning?
It's only appropriate.
High shot to left field for a base hit. So Kemp raking today after a couple of fly balls to right. RBI single, 3-run homer. And now a sharp shot single to lead off the 7th inning.
Well, with Bergman out there, I mentioned it. He's not a hard thrower. Should give the Padres some comfortable at bats. It sounded like Kemp kind of broke that bat. Gladly sacrificed that shillelagh for a base knock.
Will Myers has been on base 3 of the 4 at bats. He struck out 2 singles and a walk, stole a base, and has scored a run. Just missed that one.
I think Will's kind of shaking his head a little bit, like, how did I miss that one? That one was right down the middle.
That's sliced down the right field line. Long run for Gonzalez. He can't get there. It's back a couple of rows.
Pitch 1, pitch 2. I mean, he's had a couple of pitches to really, and the first one was in a little bit, had a little run to it, but middle in fastball, that's what guys look for when they come up to the plate early in the count. Middle in.
Bergman, after graduating from La Cañada High School, stayed close to home, went to the University of California, Irvine.
Anteaters.
The Anteaters ever play the banana slugs, I wonder?
That's a good one.
High fly ball to center, just missed that. Drifting back is Blackman and make the catch. And tagging is Kemp. And he's going to hustle his way into second base. Alert base running for Matt Kemp.
No question about it. Deep outfield. Hey, yeah, tag up. Take that extra base.
Get yourself in scoring position. Who was it that said it was that sagacious broadcaster from Chicago, Illinois, Mark Grant, who used to say you never get enough runs in Coors Field.
Can't add
sagacious.
Sagacious. I'm going to look that one up.
Sage. A chance to add to the 11-5 lead. Ooh, good cut by Solarte.
Time now for the Cholula Flamethrower. With Bergman on the mound. 91. It's Picante.
Yeah, some people just don't want it to be red hot.
Yeah.
Flamethrowing hot.
Plus, he's the other guy. He's on the other team. Now, if it's one of our guys, it's a different story. That's not named Trevor.
Solarte, a single and a 2-run double today, along with a walk. Struck out his last time. They have the heavy shift on. Ooh, over but low apparently, but that sure looked like a good strike from here. Yeah, that last pitch definitely in the strike zone. And there's a shot up the right side, but LeMahieu, the Gold Glove second baseman, able to take a hit away from Solarte. Kemp moving to third with 2 gone.
This copyrighted telecast is presented by authority of the San Diego Padres and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form. And the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the San Diego Padres.
Norris broke out of that 0 for 13 start with a ringing double to left center field. Scored a run in the 6th inning. Chance to pick up his first RBI. Kemp at third. 2 out. Left center field, but hit too high and fading into the gap and making the catch is Blackman. Stretch half of the 7th, opening day in Denver. able to be a part of. Now they're in
Very
the process
nice.
of folding it back, but all the fans involved having a touch of America up in the rock pile, they call it. God bless America. Now take me out to the ball game. Well, they've seen plenty of runs scored, and Robbie Erlin has quieted the Colorado attack, retiring the side in order the last 2 innings and the last 7 in a row. And in the bottom of the 7th inning, we'll face Carlos Gonzalez, Nolan Arenado, and Gerardo Parra.
He found that groove, and he found it early. As you mentioned, Dick, pitching quite well. Only the extra base hit to Nolan Arenado, and that's a good feeling, especially when you come into a game like this. And this kid just jumped off a plane.
Yeah.
Right? Put the uni on, said hi to his teammates, and next thing you know, he comes out of the bullpen and shutting down the Rockies up to this point.
Colin Ray started, went 3 1/3, allowed all 5 runs on 6 hits, walked 4 and struck out 5. A lot of counts deep into the count, a lot of 3-2 counts for Ray and 4 walks. So the pitch count, well, after the first inning, he'd thrown 37. And the 2-run homer by Trevor Story derricked Colin Ray, and Erlin came in, gave up a Arenado double. That's the only hit he's allowed, only base runner allowed.
Dick, you mentioned earlier, but this was supposed to be a start day for Robbie Erlin, correct? In El Paso?
No, I think yesterday was supposed
Yesterday
to pitch the
was, and
opener
then he
in
got
El
the
Paso.
call.
Yeah.
So essentially, coming in relief, they're taking this as if it is a start. Hey, big boy, go as long as you can, right?
Absolutely, and it's a big bonus for the bullpen if he
Yes.
can continue close the deal himself. Tough part of the order with Cargo starting things here in the 7th. 0-2.
Yeah, this was the first guy he faced when he came in relief. So second time around for these Rocky hitters against the lefty Erlin.
He got Gonzalez to ground to Spangenberg in shallow right field, and that's where Corey is stationed now in the shift. So Drew Pomerantz and Jorge De La Rosa, 2 lefties to go at it tomorrow. 4:30 for our Padres Live pregame show on Fox Sports San Diego. 4:30. Swing and a miss, but it gets away from catcher Derek Norris, and safe at first base on the wild pitch strikeout is Cargo Gonzalez. Gonzalez will go after some wild pitches, and he did there. That ball bounced in. Let's take a look now at our Harris game summary. In the 4th inning, the Padres finally broke out of this season scoreless streak. John Jay singled. Spangenberg rifled a 2-run triple to right center field. Matt Kemp chipped in with that RBI single. Jan Solarte left center a double, and that brought home 2 more Padre runs. High fly ball off the bat of Arenado into right center. Jay calling for the first down.
Dick, that's a big out. That is a huge out for Robbie Erlin. You get one of the big boys out. You got a guy on first, chance for a double play ball.
Parra has struck out, grounded out, and flied out deep to center the last time. The Rockies trying to take advantage of a strikeout wild pitch, and Gonzalez then safe at first base.
Yes, he did.
Yep, 0-2. James Hoy agrees with you, Mark. fact, I just
Guy
saw
can
his lips
flinch.
move, and he said his fellow umpire, if you'd have hit, has been a double.
Yeah, he didn't say it?
I saw his lips move. In the dirt. And to get Parr to chase. An important day in baseball history. This April the 8th, 1975, Frank Robinson became the first African-American manager of the Cleveland Indians. And also played in the game. Ground ball to first. Myers gets an out there. Tag play now, and they get Gonzalez in the rundown.
Oh,
He's still alive. And they get him on the back barely. He almost beat the pickle there. How about that? Well, he gave the infield a good workout and himself. It becomes a long distance double play. 3 to 6 to 4 to 5 to 3, 3 to 6 to 7 to 5. All right. Thank you, Mike. We'll be there. As always, the guys do a great job.
Oh, they do a great job,
The
don't
game.
they?
You know, they do. It's not an easy job.
Right.
You know, they've got to. You know, we take all the cream and the frosting here. We get all the good stuff. They got to go digging and you know, down the scraps that are left, and then they make a meal out of it. It's a wonderful thing. Ramirez, 0 for 3, 0 for the season. 1-2 the count. Hit by a pitch, struck out, grounded out, flied out. The last of the Padre regulars without a hit in this new season, as they've racked up a total of 14 today, led by Matt Kemp's 3 and a 3-run homer. There it is, or no, off the glove of LeMahieu, and that's a ball he normally would catch. It was knuckling its way out there, and we'll see how they score it.
See, my gut reaction, that's got to be an error. The guy's a Gold Glover. It wasn't that difficult. I hope, don't get me wrong, I hope Alexei gets a knock.
Yeah, and they're going to give him generously a base hit.
Good, but this is a play that DJ LeMahieu has to make.
No, that's routine.
Yeah, absolutely. But good for Alexei Ramirez.
Yeah, that gets him off the schneid, and maybe many more to come. 15 hits now for the Padres. Everyone in the lineup, every regular, has a base hit.
And with the pitcher spot on deck, Kevin Quackenbush starts to heat up for the Padres.
Melvin Upton cracked a 2-run homer the last time. He also has a single. He scored 2 runs. He's walked, stolen a base. Good production out of that number 8 spot in the batting order. 0-2. Jabari Blash in the on-deck circle. Right center field, shallow. Blackman chases it down for the first out. And time now for our Bill Howe play of the game. And this is historically significant. It's the first run of the season, knocked in by John Jay in the 4th inning. That ends a string of 30 consecutive scoreless innings at the start of the season. Never before in baseball has a shutout string at the opening of a year gone that long. Thank goodness it's over. Someday around the fireplace we'll be able to laugh about it. Off the fist of Jabari Blash, 6-4-3, and a quick double play. That's it for the Padres in the 8th. Mark Reynolds will lead it off for Colorado, bottom half of the inning. Diego presents Padres Baseball, brought to you by Sequan Casino. Play, win, together in the heart of San Diego. By Jack in the Box. You want to taste that all-new habanero pepper Jack Ultimate Cheeseburger. And by Mercury Insurance, we're on a mission to save you money. Log on to mercuryinsurance.com today. Beautiful Union Station. A key stop on the way west, the Transcontinental Railway to go all the way to the West Coast, right through Denver. And here's how the Rockies box score looks, brought to you by Hyundai. Story, Trevor Story with a home run and an RBI single has knocked in 3 runs. LeMahieu has a couple of hits, a single and a double, and scored 2 runs. They're the hitting stars for the Rockies. Last of the 8th inning. Reynolds has struck out twice and lined to second base. Actually, Spangenberg was on the shortstop side of the bag when the line drive came to him, and that's where he's positioned in this at bat, with Kevin Quackenbush entering the game.
Kevin needs to follow suit what Robbie Erlin did. Robbie did a nice job, 3 2/3. 8th inning for Kevin Quackenbush, this being his 3rd game now.
Chop to the right side. Myers, a good play to dive and pick that one off the dirt. That takes a possible double away from Reynolds. He was way off the line in the shift.
U.S. Olympic team looking for divers. They're going to be on the horn to Will Myers. That's a 10. Look at the big boy.
And a big first out here in the 8th inning. Brings up Nick Hundley. Hundley walked and scored. He's grounded out and struck out.
Hey, that's a huge play there because big innings start with the first base runner of the inning, first batter.
Three for 11 on the new season for Hundley. To complete Erlin's report card, 3 2/3, no runs, just 1 hit, no walks, and a couple of strikeouts.
Great job, left-hander.
Off speed. Quackenbush jumps in front, 2 strikes to Hundley, 1 out, bases empty, 8th inning. Padres with 2 big innings. 6 runs in the 4th, 3 in the 5th. Then they added the 2-run homer by Melvin Upton in the 6th inning to rack up 11 runs and 15 hits today. Jason Gurka, left-hander, getting ready in the Rockies bullpen. The pitcher due to 4th in this inning. Reaches out and lines it to left. Upton able to go. He can't make the catch. And holding at first is Hundley. That'd be ruled a base hit. If they're going to give Ramirez a hit on the play by LeMahieu, they have to give a hit on that play. I think both should have been errors.
No question about it. I think this is a catchable ball as we see Melvin up. It's in the pocket and then it just rolls through the webbing. Kicks it right there, but not far enough away to where he can take second base. Keeps the double play in order.
LeMahieu, single, a double, has scored 2 runs and lined out. Kemp took a hit away from him the last time by a diving catch. Picked it right off the grass in right field.
Yeah, sometimes that ball just doesn't hit securely in that big pocket. It's down near the palm a little bit and it'll just bounce out of the glove. Makeable play though.
Ben Paulson on deck. One and one. LeMahieu came up, was regarded as a fine fielder at second base, but just an average hitter, but he has improved his game. Fly ball right at Jay, a couple of steps back, positioned perfectly for the second out.
Hey, this week only, T-Mobile customers get a free, I said it, free, season-long subscription to MLB.TV Premium. Go to T-Mobile.com/MLB to sign up now and catch every moment on America's fastest growing LTE network.
And Paulson, the pinch hitter. Paulson on the new year has had 4 at-bats and a couple of hits. And both hits doubles.
By the way, kudos to the coaching staff and also Kevin Quackenbush on that last out to center field, and I'll tell you why. John Jay was playing, I mean, he was in the gap, literally in the right center field gap. Quackenbush hit his spot, the ball was put in play, and you know what? Jay moved maybe, 2 steps, Dick, to make the catch.
Perfect.
It's worth another look. Look at John Jay.
He's way over in right center.
There. And then as you roll it, hit his spot pitching. John Jay. Oh, really? 1, 2, 3, 4. Can of corn.
A ball and a strike to the pinch hitter Paulson. High, 2-1.
Tendencies, scouting reports, trends, spray charts.
Yeah, look at what they're doing to Paulson here.
Chinch bugs.
Got Ramirez 10 feet from the second base bag. No one over on the left side, basically. Stack it up on the right side. And Quackenbush misses, 3-1.
Manganese. That's got to be frustrating as a hitter. You square one up and it's a one hopper to the rover out in shallow right.
Full count again.
Is that
What is
14? 15.
I mean, if, on the whole Regal Royal list, I mean, if you're a count, what's the next level up? Because we've had enough,
Monarch?
we got enough counts here for an army.
We could find that out. Hey, wearing the brown here in Denver. Yes, he did.
Did he go? No, says third base umpire Hoy, and it's ball 4. Well, you don't want to do that with a 6-run lead in this ballpark. Give free base runners.
Breaking ball. Nice block by Derek Norris. Moving to his right, staying square. That ball hit him right in the glove, and on the side swing, I think he went.
Some of the fans, after over 3 hours of action, heading for their Friday night dinners. 11-5 the score. One swing, and it'll get to be a nervous time down in that third base dugout. Blackman takes strike 1. Not quite a complete sellout today, but mighty close. 49,360 for the Rockies opening day. That left about 1,000 seats unsold. Ground ball, Myers guarding the line, and he makes the play himself, and the inning is over. To the 9th inning. Padres 11, Rockies 5. Sports San Diego presents Padres Baseball, brought to you by Petco, your complete pet store, and by your San Diego County Lexus dealers. You know, that's a nice sight for Californians, isn't it, to see a lot of water flowing, and with all the snow this year here in the Rockies and in the Northern California, hopefully there'll be a dent in our Southern California drought. Well, there's been a good flow of runs finally as the drought has ended for the Padres offense.
Nice, Professor. I like where you're going there.
Yeah, well, 11. Yeah, that's effervescent there, really bubbly up there on that scoreboard on 15 hits as Jason Gurka, the lefty, comes in to pitch.
One of the 4 lefties, as we mentioned earlier, for Walt Weiss out of that bullpen. Last season, 9 games. Strikeout per inning pitched. Pretty much 2-pitch fastball curveball pitcher.
It came up in September and not quite 8 innings, allowed 16 hits and 8 runs. Native of Texas. John Jay looks at a strike.
You know what would be good here? 2 more runs.
But you don't want to waste runs for tomorrow, do you? You don't want to, you know, I want to keep a couple in your back pocket. Shot to short. Nice backhanded pickup, but well, he does get him with a good throw. Well, we know he can hit, young Story. That was a Fine play, backhand, and he shows the strong arm to deny Jay a third hit.
And that was almost Troy Tulowitzki-like, as Troy Tulowitzki now a Blue Jay. We know that story. Such a big Troy Tulowitzki fan, he pretty much tries to emulate himself after the All-Star shortstop.
Oh, he showed a strong throwing arm on that play.
That's a nice play. That's a very nice play. Big league.
It'll be interesting to see as he goes around the league how they start pitching to Story. His fantastic start. Spanshenberg, infield hit and a 2-run triple, also hit by a pitch, so he's knocked in 2 and scored 2. Matt Kemp's going to get another at bat. Mark Sweeney is so excited back there in San Diego. This man Kemp has already had a fantastic offensive day.
I'm happy for Mark.
Hey. Off the glove. No, he handles it, does Gurka. And Spanshenberg once again going up the middle, and they had Story playing right out by second base. He was going to get it if Gurka didn't. As you look at our pitching matchup for tomorrow, big left-hander Drew Pomeranz comes back to Colorado, try to bring his best stuff. There are his numbers mostly in the bullpen for Oakland last year. And the winningest pitcher in Rocky history is Jorge De La Rosa. He'll be on the hill for Colorado. 93 wins total, but 78 as a Rocky. De La Rosa, the most of any Colorado pitcher.
Well, combined, we talked about the full counts today. Combined pitches, 328 pitches combined today. Here comes number 329. You might want to DVR this.
Chad Fairchild. Think about.
I know.
If you get paid by the pitch, as
no
an
bathroom
umpire,
breaks either.
No. Anyway, that's the tip of the cap, and it's tough to do that, for umpires because they don't like to be fawned over. But hey, a tip of the cap to Chad Fairchild. It has been a fairly tight,
I'm right there,
but consistent strike zone.
Yep, he's done a fine job today.
Line drive, another hit for Kemp. Blackman goes over to cut it off, and Kemp will stroll to first base with his 4th hit. 3 singles and a 3-run homer.
Very controlled swings, under control. Breaky ball coming into Matt Kemp. So he lets that ball travel. Foot is down, hands are back. Head is down, great hand-eye coordination. Driving that ball towards the center of the diamond.
And Kemp will take the rest of the afternoon off. His work well done. 4-hit afternoon here in Colorado, and told you at the start he loves hitting here at Coors. 327 average lifetime and 16 home runs. Make that 17 homers. Ground ball, Myers off the glove of LeMahieu, and LeMahieu not coming up with some of the ball, and that was a tough chance, but he has been golden out at second base. He's had a couple of plays go the other way today. Not quite able to, almost overreach for that one.
Yeah.
And the way the scorer has been seeing the action today, anything close to a hit is going to be ruled just that. So Myers gleefully will accept his 3rd hit of the day. So 2 on, 2 out here in the 9th inning. Jankowski running for Kemp at second base. And Solarte. A walk, a couple of hits, including a 2-run double. It's a feel-good Friday here in Colorado for the Padres. They look ahead to Saturday and Sunday. The 2-run double from Solarte came the only time batting right-handed, as Ryan Buchter, lefty, loosening in the bullpen. Two and 1. 2 hits for Jay, 2 for Spangenberg, 4 for Kemp, 3 for Myers, 2 for Solarte, 2 for Upton. Norris and Ramirez with a hit as well. Everyone in the lineup celebrating today the breakout. You know things are going well when you have 6 at bats. 4 for 6 for Kemp. He goes from hitting 200 to 330 in one day.
Ooh, pretty good pitch.
Well, what's the count now?
Would it be a full count if it's 3-2?
The same thing, yeah.
How many is that today, Professor?
I think that's about 16 full count.
Wow.
That, I mean, if you had such a record, that's got to be closing in on a. I mean, that's hard to do. Ground ball, shattered bat, and a foul ball. Half of the stick winds up near Glenn Hoffman at third. Tidies up the area. And a new piece of lumber walked out to Jan Solarte.
He actually hit that ball at the end of the bat. It's a cupped bat, and it splintered it on contact. So far out in front of that pitch.
Well, it's only appropriate that the count should remain 3-2 for another pitch. Yeah, the runner's ready to go. Jankowski from second. Myers from first. And another foul. And the count will remain
3-2.
A full count.
You know, I was talking to our good friend Tony Patrica opening homestand, and he was carrying a 6 or 7 dozen baseballs.
Doesn't he put the
He does,
Delaware mud
yeah.
on? Yeah.
So it's about 8 or 9 dozen that they rub up for a ball game. It's a lot of baseballs.
Runners go again, and a ground ball by Arenado into the left field corner. That'll score Jankowski, and right behind him is Myers. 2 more for the Padres. You got your wish, partner.
Yes.
On the double by Solarte. 13-5.
We talk about battling in the batter's box, no matter what the score is. Well, Yangervis Solarte, he gets his hands through nicely on this one and keeps it fair. Even the Gold Glover Arenado can't do it. He was playing off the line, and there are the 2 runs. A little insurance coming your way here at Coors Field, thanks to Yangervis Solarte.
So Solarte, a pair of 2-run doubles, knocks in 4 to match Matt Kemp's RBI count. 3rd hit for him. Derek Norris, his first hit of the season, a double back in the 6th inning, scored a run. $18-hit attack. You knew when it would break the dam, it was going to really flow. And this is the spot to get those hitters back in a groove. And if you're a major leaguer or a little leaguer, you can only go so many games where those offers start to weigh on you. I mean, that's, hey, it doesn't feel good. This has been a baseball massage for the Padre hitters. Feel good game. Down goes Norris for the final out. Padres add 2. It's 13-5. Padres with a 13-5 lead. Let's take a look at the keys to the game, brought to you by your San Diego Honda dealers.
Well, you got to hit the reset button. Opening day 2.0. We talked about the 3 in San Diego, the 0 for there. A new start here at opening day in Colorado.
Cha-ching.
Snap the 3-game scoreless streak. That's a good thing. Thank you very much, Professor. And capitalize on opportunities.
Cha-ching.
7 for 16, resulting in 13 runs for the Padres with runners in scoring position.
Well, after a slump, and in fact, we were thinking about withdrawing you from the class and trying you out in the second semester.
Let's get the red
you
pen
just
out.
got an A. You got your
Just
first
an
A of the year.
No A+?
Well, yeah, I mean, I don't want to seem like too generous.
I'll take the A.
Okay, you earned it today, my man. Ryan Buchter, the big left-hander, comes in to try to get the final 3 outs.
And nothing better as Travis Jankowski pinch ran for Matt Kemp. He will take over in right field. Nothing better than for Ryan Buchter to go out there and have a clean, crisp 1-2-3 ninth here to finish the game and shake hands with Derek Norris behind the plate.
Trevor Story, the sensation of this young season for Colorado, has continued his home run hitting with one back in the 4th inning. Also a bloop RBI single. He's 2 for 4, knocking in 3 of the 5 runs.
Because, Dick, in a game like this, a situation like the last thing you want to do is get somebody else up in the bullpen and have to go to the bullpen to try to save this game if it gets to that. You want one pitcher, clean inning, wrap it up.
2-0. 93 on the Buchter fastball. Signed a minor league contract with the Padres in the offseason and makes the final 25.
You know what I don't want to say this inning as we take a look back in the 4th inning, the home run? It was a hanging breaking ball and he crushed it.
That Story, 5 home runs in 4 games. No rookie has ever in this game started his career with that kind of explosion. 3-0. That's a strike.
Here's what I don't want to have to say this inning. Boy, those 2 runs in the 9th for the Padres were huge, right?
We've been there. Story, Gonzalez, and Arenado. Tough 3 facing Buchter here in the 9th. Off his 5th foul. That ball hit deep to left field. Not another. Are you kidding me? Home run for Story. Six home runs in his first 4 major league games. A star is born in Denver, Colorado. Oh my.
Well, deep counts, a lot of pitches. I tell you what, you know what's impressive about that? Watch his hands. His hands nearly at his belt buckle. You know, sure it's Denver, sure the ball travels, but for him to put that swing on it, that pitch, Mr. Enberg, was a good 6 inches, 8 inches in off the plate. That pitch was clearly a ball if taken, but he got his hands through, got in on him a little bit, but elevated enough to send it out of here. Unbelievable.
Football score up on the board now, 13-6 Padres, as Buchter works to Carlos Gonzalez. Think about that. Here's a young man. Now he gave some hints that he was going to be a good home run hitter. Nothing like that. Who could ever have even dreamed to start a major league career this way? But he did hit 20 last year in the minors, And in spring training this year, he hit 6.
6, that's right.
That's when we first started to hear the name. And now he has hit 6 home runs in 4 games to open his big league career. And we saw it.
Yep.
Yeah,
And if you're sitting at home and saying, boy, I've never seen anything like it, well, you're right. You've never seen anything like it.
If you're 150 years old and watch baseball, you've never seen anything like it. Carlos Gonzalez, a walk, an RBI double, a ground out, and a strikeout. Buchter falls behind 3-1 as he did to Story. That ball hit high and foul off to the left. He's 23. He's was a first-round pick. They liked him. His dad is a firefighter and a paramedic in Irving, Texas. He said, if I didn't make it in baseball, I want to follow my dad's footsteps. I tell you what, the way he's hitting, he's going to extinguish some leads.
Got that right.
Yeah, come on, a little smile. That's so, you know, it's hard to really smile. You're losing 13-6, but wow. Three and two. And another foul. 2 home runs by Trevor Story. 2 home runs for the Padres. 3-run homer Matt Kemp, 2-run homer Melvin Upton. Strike 3. A delayed call from Chad Fairchild. Went away in the bottom of the 9th inning.
Follow Padres Baseball live with the MLB.com at-bat app. Stay up to the moment at any moment with game day, live game video highlights, StatCast, news, and more. Download MLB.com at-bat, the #1 app for live baseball on your phone and tablet.
Arenado, a walk and a double, 1 for 3. There's the first pitch strike. A long time ago, the Mets closed out their home opener with a 7-2 win over the Phillies. And the Tigers blanked the Yankees 4-0 behind Jordan Zimmerman for their opening day win. Other games, Cleveland defeated the White Sox 7-1. Spoiled Chicago's home opener.
Look out.
Oh, thank goodness for the railing in front of the Padre dugout.
I think that might have went in the dugout.
To clear the dugout, you heard a clink. Said Jabari Blast saying, I think that just missed me in a vital place.
I think Tyson Ross was on the bench, and then he all of a sudden went out to sneak behind Jabari. There's Tyson right there.
Cashner having some fun. Thank goodness no one was hit. Okay, it's 2-2. Now, what are the odds?
He's going to throw a ball here, and it's going to go full.
Count stays at 2-2 on the foul ball. I may have this figure wrong. I hope not. I'm going to try to check on it. But talking with Spencer Dallin, the clubhouse
equipment manager, about spring training and how many balls were used in games and practice. What do you know? You're right again. He said that I
think this is actually 13,000 baseballs used in the course of the March with all the games and batting practice and minor league.
For the Padres?
Yeah.
Wow.
We're in the wrong business.
18th full count this afternoon combined for both clubs.
Ball 4. Now it continues, 13-6, base runner. And Gerardo Parra comes up. He's not been in on the hitting fund today. He's 0 for 4 with a double play. Reynolds to follow him. Yeah, they're huddling up in the executive offices of the Colorado Rockies, seeing if they can send Trevor Story to a higher league. Strike 1. How about a little ground ball up the middle? Isn't it time to wrap this one up?
Turn 2 would be nice.
No shift. There it is.
Oh, Professor.
Ramirez to first. A double play, and the ball game is over. The Padres have their first victory, 13-6. Let's go to Mike Pomerantz in San Diego.